Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, March the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can hear me in the main room. Just waiting for maybe an acknowledgement in the our YouTube room. You guys can hear me? Oh, good. Thank you, Pepe. All right, guys. So Oracle had earnings. Oracle did not disappoint. So if you thought Oracle was going to continue, what's the volume? Yeah, tons of volume. If you thought Oracle was going to continue, you could buy this one, ORCX. You'll get double the move. But remember, as always, if Oracle moves down 1%, this will move down 2%. But there's plenty of volume. 3.9 million shares have traded of this ETF designed specifically for Oracle. So that is and obviously a lot cheaper than the stock itself. Take a look at Oracle right now. That's a big move. I mean, with 1.7 billion in the float and 9% move, that is a big move. So, and it was an earnings play, and they did not disappoint, obviously. Domo, this is actually an earnings play, a cheap earnings play. Domo. Left looks like about 661 on the daily chart. So a cheap earnings play. I think this is another one. Yeah, CYN, another. Yeah, I have a note down here that, look, if it can take out this high right there, which is around 210, the next high up here is 277. So there, it's up 22% already. But, if it gets over 2 and takes out 210, might go on a bit of a run. So that is CYN. Low float, 7.9 million in the float. And this is an earnings play. Let me get that one thumbnailed on my other monitor. Don't really have to do that. I have a price alert, but you know what? Sometimes I do like the thumbnail ones that I definitely want to keep an eye on. TMDE. Another energy. This is wrong, guys. Okay, just give me a moment. I'm going to have to change my SPY chart. I know the SPY is down. Actually, the SPY is recovering. Yeah, good. The SPY is starting to recover a bit. Just give me a moment, though. I have my SPY chart. Anybody else? My SPY chart is not updating. The number here is, but the percentage is not. So we haven't had that problem for a while, but I know that some of us have that problem when you don't change. Anyway, let me just get a duplicate up and running. That usually cures it. Okay. All right. TSSI. I believe this is also an earnings play. I haven't seen this one for a while. Remember this multi-week run it had? Went from 675 all the way up to $32. It was a multi-week run. Came back down, but has earnings. And when you look left on the weekly chart, it certainly has room on the weekly chart, okay? Let's take a look. Yeah, look at the daily chart. What a big breakout now on the daily chart for TSSI. Up 22%. Low float, 24 million in the float. So definitely one to watch. Company reported year over year. This looks like is this one of your beat raise, William, for TSSI? I don't know if you looked at it. All right, so this is NBIS. No, not much volume. I mean, this is NBIS. This is the ETF for NBIS. Again, a double the move. So NBIS must be up at least 10%. It's not showing up here. So let's take a look at NBIS. Is this an earnings play? The answer is no, it is not an earnings play. The Nebulous Group surges falling $2 billion investment from NVIDIA. All right, well, that's your news on it, guys. That is NBIS. Expensive stock, $100 stock. That's a big move. 175 million in the float, 10% move, another big move. So again, if you thought that NBIS was going to continue to move, you could buy. Wonder if this is another one. This is probably. Let's see who has more volume. NBIL has 378,000 shares, and then Big has 400. So they're both the same. So it's just a matter of different pricing. 840. And this one is 1186. But they're both the same in terms of the current volume. It's not on your list. In other words, you mean it's not an earnings play? Oh, I see. Okay. Okay. It is an earnings play though. So just in case, I mean, it looks obviously it's pretty darn positive. So this is another earnings play. I believe this is an earnings play. So this is again another ETF designed specifically for a stock. This is AVXX designed for AVAV. AVAV is way more expensive. And this is yeah, $195. So this is down on earnings. Yeah, I mean this is a big move down on earnings. Not a huge float. 37 only 37 million in the float for $195 stock. Now it's 195. Okay, so yeah, if you thought it was going to continue down, I don't see an ETF that you buy as a short up here. If there was one, it should be up here. Okay, guys, CYN is at $2 now. It did pop over that. Again, why I don't have a price alert here? Because the next high looking left on the daily chart is 210. It did get a little bit above that, got up to 225 in the pre-market. You can kind of see if it can take this out again. There's the next high. Not saying if it takes out 210, it's going to get to 276, but you know that's a. I mean, at least there's no chart resistance. Groupon. Who the heck uses Groupon? Okay, GRPN, another earnings play. $10 down on earnings. GRPN. What a multi-week drop, guys, from the high up here for whatever reason. Back in August of last year, for whatever reason, this got up to $43, down to $10, and a steady run down. That is Groupon, GRPN. This gold play is an earnings play. HMY is an earnings play, and it is being hit down on earnings. And look at this, down through the 200-day moving average also, HMY, through the 200-day moving average. Where is this SCNX? Is it still up? I don't see it anymore. It must be, so it can't be up over 11%. Something to do with opioids, SCNX. See how much it's come back down then. No. All right. Why am I not seeing this one? Why am I not seeing this one up here? SCNX. Oh, I thought it was 55.60. 56 cents. That's why I'm not seeing it. So cheap one, guys. Very cheap one. Rises after deals to expand reach of. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, so this ran on some kind of a deal to expand reach of opioid overdose spray. Volume's okay, guys, right? I got my mic is on and the little icon mic is on, so the volume should be okay. Just want to make sure it's not widespread. Might have to tell Michael for construction to do a refresh. Just want to make sure the volume's good. Hmm. Just need a confirmation. Okay, thank you. Okay. I know it's okay. It's probably okay in YouTube. I'm just looking at the main room though. Sound is not great, really? Hmm. How's the sound in YouTube, Pepe? Are we okay? Well, Pepe said loud and clear. Now, Obi, sometimes I know you have an issue, so I just want to make sure it's not widespread. I know had to go we did a Windows update, but that was 2 days ago, so that shouldn't be affecting anything. So it's fine for you, William? Maybe do a refresh, Obi, then. Oops. Ah. All right. Well, Michael, maybe we have to do a refresh. I'll just have to. You can't hear me. All right. Now, let's see what else. So the market is, yeah, I mean, we're in a sort of no man's land right now again with that VWAP. So I know there were some numbers that came out at 8:30. It looked like a pop and then a drop and now a pop. And so we'll have to see what happens, obviously, as always, every single day. Another cheap one, guys, underneath $1. This is ASNS, up 40%, ton of volume. Already traded the float twice. ASNS receives secures an order from the Japanese governmental entity. Okay. There's another one that I had here that is going to be changing their. They're going to go into. They're basically changing what they do. I think Obi might have even posted it. Another earnings play, I think. SERV is another earnings play. Yes, it is. Serve is another earnings play. Getting close to the 200-day moving average. Okay, 1145 or so is the 200-day moving average. So it's popped up on earnings. It's not a lot, not a high float, not a low float. 62 million. Shoot, which is the one? I know that some companies said they were going to be changing what they do. Getting involved with AI. That's the one. Thank you. FTEL. That's the one. Thank you, Obi. It was here, but it's not here anymore. You're right. It was FTEL. Rebranding as GMEX or robotics. Okay. Here's your headline. So thank you. Yeah, I probably would have remembered if I'd seen FCEL, but it's dropped off the list now. Remember, I only have the top 15 here in terms of the ones that are up the most from yesterday's close. It's now only up 8.8%, so it's dropped off this list. But yeah, the corporate rebrand to GMEX robotics to reflect its strategic expansion in AI-powered robotics and intelligent consumer technologies. Expected, so that'll be tomorrow. I'm going to put that down on a little notepad for tomorrow. At the bottom, FTEL to GMAX. Hola, an earnings play, not an earnings play. DOLA, not an earnings play. Don't see any reason for it. Don't see any reason for any sort of a move so far. All right, guys. Well, as always, let's take a look at some of the sectors. I want to, obviously XLE is that's not an issue. XLE way above the 200-day moving, or the 200-day moving average. I want to take a look at retail, XRT. It was flirting with it. Yeah, so look at retail, closed down below the 200-day moving average yesterday, but above it, and then closed down below it. So there's one. Healthcare. Healthcare was having a bit of an issue, I think. It's still above it. XLC, communications, okay, above it. XLK, see if we can see it. Yeah, wow. So this is the tech sector. Didn't close below it, even 2 days ago, or 2 days ago, did not close below it. It got down below it, but it did not close below it, and it's still above it as we speak. So still sort of safe there. But financials, guys, financials, XLF, where are you? Yeah, still drifting away from the 200-day. XLP, staples, okay, above it. Discretionary should still be below. XLY, close, but still below. Dividend stocks, yeah, well above it. Materials, XLB. Okay, so as we speak, here's the semis. So we've got a couple of major sectors underneath the 200-day moving average. Where's the SPY with respect to the 200-day? I mean, it's going to be still way above. 200-day moving average is 657. So I mean, it's way above, but a couple of, especially the concerning one is financials. You know, persistently underneath that 200-day now for a few weeks now. This was the day. So on this day, that was February 12th. So about a month. We've been underneath. All right. Well, Velo is. Let's take a look left on the. So it's got some room. It has about $1 to the next high. What did it get? Actually got up to almost $15 in the pre-market. Pulled all the way back down to 13.47. Does Velo have news? Velo 3D CEO Arun Jeldi acquires a $5 million promissory note, converts to equity at 16.38 a share, and a director converts a $10 million note at 10.50 a share. What does that all mean, William? So there's no spectacular move today in any stock. I mean, the top one is 40%. It's a big move, don't get me wrong, but of course, a lot of times what we're seeing in this pre-market actives up, we're seeing stocks well over 100% up. So nothing dramatic this morning. Again, Domo's an earnings play. This has been on quite the run. This Aptera Motors, SEV. Where are they out of? What do they actually do? Development, production, and distribution of energy. Solar powered. Wow. Solar powered battery electric vehicles. Solar powered. Well, that's interesting. I've seen this before, or I've seen these guys before, but not for a long time. So they've come off the mat. What day was this? This was back in early this year, January. They were at 121. So it's on a fairly steady rise. Alliance Global Partners initiated what is it? SEV coverage with a buy and a target of 10. Okay. Mm-hmm. So that's SEV. Kind of interesting. 13 million in the float. Not a lot of volume yet. Only 104,000. All right, guys. 921. Just getting a couple more minutes for this, and then I'm gonna get my 9:30 layout up and running. Running LD in our YouTube room. All right, guys. So the SPY is, I mean, it's essentially flat right now. You know, closed. It's at 48 cents underneath the close of yesterday. So it's essentially flat. I actually thought I was going to wake up to something a lot more worse. All right, here's AUNA, AUNA, AUNA. This is earnings play. Yeah, this is an earnings play also coming into the 200-day moving average, AUNA. Not a lot of volume yet. Out of for tax purposes, obviously out of Luxembourg. So this is AUNA. Trading higher after the company reported better than expected Q4 and issued they're guiding above the estimates. So this could be one of your little beat raises, William. I don't know if you saw it, AUNA. I don't know if it's cheaper, they're too cheap. I don't know what your service looks at. If there's a price minimum. All right, I'm going to get my 9:30 layout up and running, so just give me a moment. First thing to do, as always, save my layout. Next, close all my windows and load my layout. Load my 9:30 layout. All right, let's get rid of some of these things. I got too many price alerts here that I don't need probably. Okay, so the previous layout had the top 15. This has the top 6. Okay, I don't think I talked about CVGI. CVGI did not talk about that one. This is an earnings play. Okay, cheap earnings play. Interesting. Um, Good volume. I mean, trading 1 million shares. Not a high float, not a low float. 34 million in the float. So it's a nice breakout right now. It's right at the VWAP. You see that purple line in my chart, right at the VWAP. See if it can pop through it. This is shortable for me. Just checking. Not that I don't like shorting. This is a little too cheap for me to short, but usually don't short stocks under $5. Just a kind of a personal rule, but it is shortable. A lot of shares, 1.3 million shares at Interactive Brokers. And this is the NBIS, okay? This is the two-time NBIS. Let's take a look at the sectors, guys. So silver, actually, not much happening. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, not much happening, really. When I say not much happening, I mean most of the sectors are down. They're not necessarily tanking, but SMH is up 0.6%. I thought silver was up a lot more earlier. So silver is taken up. Let me make sure of that. Here's silver. The silver one is up here, yeah, and then it took a bit of a drop. So what you're seeing here, these are I go over this list, or actually I go over the channel at about a little after 10 o'clock, okay, which looks at all the sectors, major sectors anyway, they're in this list, and then dives into some of the major sectors like XLK, etc. You can see the top stock, the top stock in the sector, the worst performing stock in the sector. So right now, this is what's happening. And so the worst, yeah, silver. So silver took a bit of a plunge. Here's retail. Gold is, yeah, basically flat. But silver, yeah, silver has been super active, of course, over the last few months, both up and down. Todd getting into Domo early, DOMO. Well, you're right at the VWAP, so let's hope the VWAP holds it for you. Now, looking at Domo, if it does start working for you, so I guess you have a shot here. There's the pre-market, one of the pre-market highs. Another one up here, 694. Just give me a moment, okay? Yeah, so I mean, if you look at the pre-market action, yeah, it's got some room. Not as much when you look at a daily chart. Well, actually, yeah, 661. So 661. So it's your caught on. Let's hope he gets a first trade that is positive. Wow, 15 seconds. Nobody told me. Okay, guys, market 9:30 is happening in about 15 seconds. So have a great trading day, everybody. Typically, do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. I may make an exception depending on what I see in this scan here. The up big yesterday, down big yesterday. Up big yesterday, down today. Down big yesterday, up today. Depending what I see there. HEPC from yesterday, guys. I think this was an AI alert from us, wasn't it? HEPC was an AI alert. I thought it was. Give me a moment, guys. Just got to adjust something on my other monitor. All right, so a little market surge, okay? Little market surge to open, mildly positive. Let's see if we can hold that today. I have my doubts, but you never know. Ooh, yeah, too bad, Todd. Yeah, Domo took a header on you, didn't it? Too fast. Too fast. ZVRA just went down too fast. Had an alert at 1050, but yeah, it's down at $10 right now. That was a little too quick. Could not have taken that one. A lot of shares available. So again, this is what this scan is trying to do, showing stocks that were up at least the close was at least 5% higher. So it was up at least 5% on the close, but down today. Doesn't have to be down huge, but that's what that's what the scan is looking for. This is an earnings play, guys. Actually, ASM is an earnings play. Silver, okay. Well, with silver, so we're going to take an earnings play, a silver play. I mean, just in general, if you're going to take a silver play, but this is also an earnings play, so probably didn't have great earnings plus silver being down. Okay, guys, ASN on the move down here. The next low looking left is $7, a little over $7, around 7.19. So there certainly is room to run down. See another silver. Look at the silver plays here, guys. HYMC. This is not an earnings play, but HYMC, SVM, ASM, all in here. Silver is the weakest sector right now. Yeah, silver picking up steam a little bit more on the downside. Just take a look at silver, SLV, a little bit more on the downside, but into the VWAP. And VWAP could not, acted as resistance so far. Guys, PLYX from yesterday, wild one. Okay, PLYX from yesterday. It just went positive, barely. This was a big one yesterday. You see what happened. Now, what did it close at? 731. It closed at, so, it was a fairly big pullback, from 712 on the high down to almost 6. So on a percentage basis, didn't really close near the high, but here we go. So, it's basically flat right now. PLYX, basically flat right now. Good morning, Lily Rose. New sub, first day. Well, okay. First of all, I'm going to, usually I do this around 10 o'clock, but want to make sure that at least you've done this. So just put my homepage link in, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, I don't know if you've done this already. If you've done it, fine. But if you scroll down a little bit, go to that education section, click on the more info, okay? And here is a series of videos. Scroll down a little bit, getting started with trade ideas. If you have not done that, please do that first, okay? 12 short videos to get you started, covering most of the key elements of the program, okay? Please do that first. It won't take you long, 12 short videos. Just do yourself a favor. Otherwise, you know, I mean, it's a software program like any other software program. There's a learning curve, but we tried to, you know, cover all the key elements in those short videos. Yeah, too bad. The ZVRA just went down too quickly. What I'm talking about is, I mean, I almost thought about it, but you know, got the alert at 10:50, but it just shot right down. Could not get it on the short. Interesting. Nothing on the long side yet in that. So we had a halt for Codex, CODX, halted on the way down and resumed. Really didn't make a big move. So keep an eye on the TSSI guys, the TSSI. Is it here anywhere? No. Again, earnings play. Great reaction so far. Weekly chart has the room, 1734. Not saying it's getting there, but it's you know, right. It's at the VWAP right now. Okay, so it's a matter of what is it going to do at that VWAP? Is it going to hold it and move on from there? Boy, silver. Now, you know, nothing's stopping silver from having a bounce. So, you know, all these ones that the HYMC, the SVM, there's another one, ASM. I mean, but ASM is a little bit different because it did have earnings. So, you know, earnings could also be affecting it. USAS. So if silver turns around, you know, these things could actually give us a little bounce. You know, I have a real tough time getting into this HIMS here. HIMS 2609. Look what it did yesterday. I mean, yes, it had the news with Novo again, got up to 2609, but look where it closed. Closed right down here at 2350, $3 drop. But active again. And they hired the former Eli Lilly communications chief. Okay. So maybe he'll pump out a better message. But Todd, you obeyed your stop, right? So you only had a manageable loss on the Domo. Okay, OB and others. Look at VIR. I keep thinking maybe that 10 again. There's the high over here at 1009. And the high today was 1014. So it pulled back a bit and it's right. Man, oh man, oh man. Again, this is all news driven for me. This is not a technical, not bad because it's got the room, but it's all news driven from this day right here, and a whole bunch of news. A lot of analysts piling into this one. I think the earnings were decent, but also the news that they. But so I actually swung this one for 2 days. Been waiting to see if it can hold over 10. All right. Well, talk. I think I mentioned well at the end because this is one of the top ones. CVGI guys. So this is an earnings play, cheap earnings play. It's from our AI also. Let's see if it holds this. Maybe it pulls back. Maybe it gives us a reentry. Well, it may just continue. Well, there goes the TSSI guy. Excuse me, guys. I think here, okay, this could be an interesting one. AUNA, AUNA, talked about this. This is an earnings play, cheap earnings play. Now, what room? It has some room. 671 is the next high on the weekly chart. So it's got some room to move. Look at the daily chart. It's through the 200-day moving average. So, some decent positives right now for this. Obviously, the market's reacting well to its earnings, up 28%. Pretty low float, 29 million in the float. How's our market hanging in? So the market's hanging in. Okay, it's popped through the VWAP on the open. So it's hanging in. When I say the market, I'm looking at the SPY. Yeah, so these weekly highs for AUNA are about corresponding sort of the monthly highs up here. So yeah, I mean there appears to be 671 or so. So there is some room for AUNA to keep moving if it wants to. I may wait for a pullback though. Okay, I'm sort of conditioning myself to see if we get a reentry. It may not happen. It may just run. Boy, silver, silver, silver. SVM, HYMC, USAS, ASM, all the silver plays. Well, I asked the question in the pre-market, who the heck still uses Groupon? So Groupon now is a short from our AI, GRPN. Again, trading lower after the company reported worse than expected. Also, guidance is poor, so it probably was a fail, fail, fail. All right, now TSSI on the move. Keep an eye on this one, guys. SHMD. This was a big one a few days ago. I think it might have been an earnings play. No, it was not an earnings play. And obviously it's got room. Look left on the daily chart. 855 is the next high, so it does have some room. No, I don't share my layout, Greg, but I do have a way in which you can pick and choose what you might want. I'm talking to Greg in our YouTube room, so just give me a moment. So if you click on my homepage link, I'm just copying it in now. You click on my homepage link and you can see what I am currently sharing, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, why is this not changed? Give me a moment. Just give me a moment, okay, guys? Okay, this should be 25 now, but anyway, let me, so Greg, if you scroll down, look at the center section, custom scans, okay, so here's what I'm currently sharing. You can kind of pick and choose what you want. This is the gainer, this is the race up here, the large cap race. This is the upside versus downside movers is here. Don't have this one on my, but you can request it. But here are all the other, this is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives down and up. Pulse resumes on my other monitor and some other scans. So it's sort of a la carte, kind of pick and choose what you might like. Okay. I do not have an issue via Perry. I do not have an issue with the charts loading slowly. And believe me, I'm the first to complain to the company. So Sam 613. Good morning. CarMax. Okay. Okay, guys. I'm in a trade. Got to keep an eye on it. Boy, there's some nice ones coming in your scan now, William. Okay. Well, you probably have an idea which one I'm in. Hey, CPB. I'm looking at CPB now. The Campbell's Group or the Campbell's Company, not Campbell's Soup anymore. CPB, what is this one? And also CarMax. CarMax, I was getting an alert on KMX, 4290. Oh boy, that has dropped a ton since that alert. Didn't get that one. Did not get that one. I think I'm going to add this one. I'm going to add this one to my homepage. I might add this one to my homepage. It's the don't repeat version of it. Okay. This tells you the time of the first alert as opposed to the repeating version. Okay. So when I say repeating version, so there's the first alert for TSSI at 9:45, 1388, got up to 1439. You see, this is the repeating version. I may add this one. Doesn't give too many. This just shows you the alerts all day, and not usually too many. So it makes a great watch list. Yeah, so I did not get a pullback for the CVGI, guys. I was waiting to see if we got a pullback to that reentry price, which is not triggered. I'm going to go over this. Anybody with our AI, Holly, I'll go over this in a little more detail if you want me to. Okay. And what I was waiting for, it did not happen. Boy, Domo just getting crushed here now after the beautiful run at the beginning, but it's at the low now. So I didn't realize it, but Campbell's Company, CPB, this is actually an earnings play also. And moving down now in earnings, CPB. So all sorts of alerts for the TSSI. You've had it on our AI. It's been through here, of course. In that, look at Campbell's. Boy, did not take this one. CPB did not take it. Yeah. So what's the market doing? So the market now is well, it's now through the VWAP, the rising VWAP. So it's now through the VWAP, okay, or at the VWAP area. I don't think there was any economic indicators coming out at 10 o'clock. I don't think so, but let me do a quick check. I do not see any. No, I don't see any. Some oil and crude in for gasoline and all that, but I don't see any economic indicators coming out at 10 o'clock to affect the market. All right, here's one of these SPACs guys. VACH just got halted on the way up. VACH just got halted on the way up. Boy, some great shorts from this scan, guys, today. You know, the Dome, well, I don't know about the Domo, but the Groupon, 1090, 1069 now. CPV, 2364, 2329 now. CarMax, let's see what this was, 4296. So before it popped, got down to, wow, 4179. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, two really good ones from AI. I mean, the CVGI, I was waiting for a pullback, though. I was actually waiting to see if we got a pullback. Didn't happen. And the Groupon, an immediate short, another great one. And that was for Groupon. The TSSI, the TSSI, nice. The only one I'm going to, keep an eye on it. The AUNA hasn't done anything yet from the really from the alert. Campbell's, boy. Well, let's see. Where could there be a bounce area? Okay. I know William would probably look at this as a bounce, CPB at some point, but where could it be? You know what? This is an all-time low. CPB, Campbell's, all-time low. I guess people don't like salt anymore. They never have. I know they tried to reduce the salt, but boy, all-time low, guys. Campbell Soup. When did they start? They started in 1869. Campbell Soup. I wish I'd known that. Came out and made fun of his customers a while ago. Really? Like as a sort of a joke, or oh, he got fired. It was a VP. Wow. Well, that's Campbell's, guys. I mean, all-time low. Imagine that. All-time low. What an old company. 1869. It's maybe the oldest one that I've seen. Though I think I saw one in the early 1800s. I'm talking about no, I wasn't around then. Ha ha. But it's always interesting to see some of these old school companies and when they started. All right, guys, I may take an attempt. Well, I don't know. I don't like the spread on this one. SHMD. This is from the William scan. Okay, just give me a moment. Give me one moment, guys. I just want to see if my promo code has been changed to a better one for you guys, and the answer is yes. So there's my segue, guys. 9:59. Let's talk a little bit about what you can find on my homepage, including the how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. But probably more importantly for a lot of you, this, well, if you don't have a subscription, that's important. But the scans, everything I'm currently sharing, okay? Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. So when you click on it, yeah, so the promo code has been changed. So now you can get 25% off. 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you choose our standard service or our premium, okay? It's sort of, I should get them to change this, upgrade to premium. I mean, anyway, boy, Campbell's soup is, what a great, short all-time low. Anyway, so all I ask is this: if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. It helps to keep these 2 rooms free. I'm moderating 2 rooms, a YouTube room and this room right here, okay, the trading room. So if you're in YouTube right now and you're looking for more a more active room, more interaction amongst the other traders, you can come into this room. It's free. It is free. You can stay in YouTube if you want, but if you're looking for a lot more action in a trading room, you can come into this room. And there are a couple of bonuses also. In this room, this is open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. Thank you, Obi, for opening it up. I don't do it. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me. So thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45. So if you're looking to, interact with other traders during the pre-market, you can come into this room. Now, I usually take off sometime between 2 and 2:30. Always stay later if there are questions. But even when I take off, this room is usually open. William will keep it open. Thank you, William, for keeping it open later after I leave. And normally, most of the time, he seems to keep it open till about 3:45. Okay, it's up to him. He'll let us know later. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Eastern Time. So again, if you're looking for a more active room, come into this room. Anybody who's sitting in YouTube listening to me, okay? Education. So if you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, or if you're before I do that, keep scrolling down, click on my homepage link, scroll down to get to this section, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. This is a free service. You'll get the trade of the week before the market opens every Monday morning. You'll get an email basically outlining where a suggested entry and a suggested stop. How you trade it, if you trade it, is going to be up to you, of course. Okay. If you sign up for it and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. It could be in either of those 2 folders. Now, let's get to the education section. So the education section, if you do take out a subscription, this is the first thing you must do. But also, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about it, is this a good fit for your style of trading? This is what I would do. So the first thing, if you do take out a subscription, these are 12 short videos to get you started. Covers most of the key elements of the program. So if you don't have the program, I would start off with the second video, go to the end, should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you'd like to try us, at least for a month. These monthly subscriptions are just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Okay. Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos for you. 15 of them. Okay. Trade Ideas, fabulous program. Am I biased? Yes, I've had the program since 2010. Before I became, I contracted by Trade Ideas to do what I'm doing, but I was a subscriber just like anybody else back in 2010. And it's a fabulous program, but it doesn't teach you how to trade. You have to have some trading experience. That's where the back to basics come in. What I mean by that is, you get an idea. Sorry about the jumble here, but you click on a symbol, and this chart is trying to tell you a story. And so the ability to size up the story quickly is what, because not everything you click on is not necessarily going to be tradable. And the other thing is, what I see in a chart may not be what you see in a chart. I mean, we're all looking at the same chart, but my idea of what I like and your idea of what you like may be very different, and that's fine. There's no hard and fast rule. So anyway, back to basics, okay? 15 videos, all free if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing and you've clicked on my homepage link, scroll down and here they are. So here's the race. The biggest large cap gainers is right over here. The upside versus downside movers is here. But I do have other scans that I'm currently sharing that I do not have up and running. You know, I don't have this race up and running. It's a more volatile race. The pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes. So I do have that. It's on my other monitor. Not very active today. But here are some other scans that I have that I don't have up and running. Doesn't mean they're bad. It just means, you know, I don't have them up and running now. You know, 2 weeks from now, I may say, you know what? I want to see this gap scan again. But you'll hear me refer to, well, this one, I don't have, I have it up and running. I'm not sharing it on my homepage, but if you want it, you can ask me for it. And then what I call the Williams scan. I don't have that on my homepage either, but I can share it with you. Probably will add that one to the homepage. So both rooms are trading rooms, but so if you do have questions, please don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I will do my best to answer them. If it's an accounting type question, though, I will not be able to answer those sort of questions, but can direct you to the people who can. Okay. And I love questions, okay, because questions keep me engaged, right? I mean, it's a long day for me on the mic, so I definitely enjoy getting questions. Boy, the Williams scan is another great one here. No, that's Fly doing. All right, so I'm going to be interested in Fly. See, the problem with this scan, Greg, I'm going to work around this. There's a custom formula in it, you see, and the custom formulas do not copy. It's too bad they don't. Now, Pepe, I'm right? I mean, if they don't have the custom formula I have in here, it'd be nice if it would just create it on their end. Most people don't have custom formulas, and this custom formula is U28. It'd be great if it would just somehow create it for them. Because then I've got to, show people how you create this custom formula. So I can give you this one without the custom formula. All the custom formula is doing. If I gave you this scan right now, you would have more alerts. Okay. The reason why I'm limited to this is that I've got a custom formula that says, okay, if I get an alert, I want to make sure that the next high or low is 50 cents away minimum. So you see when I get the alert for Fly at 2019, well, there is the next high. And of course, that is more than 50 cents away. And that's what I want. But the custom formula doesn't copy. So I could give you this scan without the custom formula. You'll just get more alerts. That's all. All right, guys. Yeah, look at VIR, Obi. It just will not stay over $10. I almost took it, but decided I'm just not. It's just not ready yet. My fault. Look at CPB, another low here, guys. That was the Look how awesome this is, though. I mean, in terms of the wave, okay? And I'm going to talk about the wave and how you can put it on your screen if you on your chart if you want. I don't know why you wouldn't want to have it as part of our standard service, but it's up to you, of course. I just find it a tremendous visual aid, helping you keep in a trade. This is beautiful. I'm not in it, but had I been in it, you just follow the wave down until you get a trend break. Just keep in the trade. But as always, at around this time, what I'm going to do is go over the major sectors and another way in which you can use trade ideas. So I'm going to click on from the toolbar. I'm going to click on new, and then click on new, and then dock to channel bar. Okay, the docked channel bar, not channel bar, docked channel bar. And you're going to get theme-based channels. That's what these all are. I'm going to click on the show more. I'm going to go down to the sector status. So what you're seeing here, these are some of the major sectors, okay, in this top list window, some of the major sectors, not every single one, but most of the major sectors. And so here's the list of them. So right at the very top, SMH, the semis. So the semis, semiconductor ETF is the top sector so far today. It's at 1.4%. Energy, up 1.1%. But what is that red number, 79%? What does that mean? That means that 79% of these stocks, the ones that make up this sector list, are down from yesterday's close. 21% are up. So you can quickly see what the top sector is, and you can scroll down. We've been talking about silver. That's the weak sector. That's the weakest sector, silver. Okay. So again, if you wanted to take a silver trade right now, you probably, well, I wouldn't say you shouldn't, but you should be, aware of what silver is doing, the sector is doing. There would have to be a real specific reason for taking a specific silver stock right now, because you're running against the sector. Now, maybe it has some news on its own. That's fine. But right now, the better bet would be, take a look at the semis. A semiconductor stock probably, it's doing reasonably well today. Now, here are some of the major sectors. Not every single sector. We don't have every single sector here, but here are some of the major sectors, most of the major ones, 11 of them. So for instance, look at industrials, okay? 80% of the stocks that make up XLI are down for the day. 20% are up. Take a look at the ones that are up. I mean, running counter to the sector. CTAS is up. Power is up. Check to see if there's any news on it. I don't see any news. I don't see it's on an earnings play. But let's go down. What is the worst one? ODFL. This is a shipper, okay? ODFL. So this is the worst performing sector. I'm looking to see if it's an earnings play. It's not an earnings play, but it's down 3.7%. Okay. Take another sector, the financials. Again, this is a very weak sector. 86% overall, not just today. 86% are down. There's the best one, not much. It's up 0.8%. Go down. What's the worst one? MKTX, the worst one. So you can see what you can do. You can take a look at energy. I mean, energy, maybe popping on some news. VLO, the best one. What's the worst one? What's running counter to the sector? There are some that are actually down. FANG, FANG is the worst performing one in the energy sector, and so on. So you can go through these lists and you can see what the best stock is in a sector and what the worst stock is in a sector. That is something that maybe some of you may just look at this all day long. That might be the reason that you're using trade ideas, just to track all this. I'm not saying I'm not saying to do it, but it's an interesting idea. Now, what I do is I take this out. I'm going to show you how you can do that. So I have my sector list on my other monitor. I do like to monitor it all day long just to see what's happening with the major sectors, okay? I've stretched out the list. And here's how. What I've done is I basically popped out, and you can do that with any one of these theme-based channels. You can take anything in here and you can pop it out so you don't have to keep in the channel if you don't want to. So how do you do that? So if I go up to this sector list and I right click, duplicate into free floating window. Okay. Because when I click on that, it becomes a free floating window outside. Okay. Now it's outside of the channel. So you don't have to stay in the channel if you don't want to. Maybe some of you might look at this every single day and say, you know what? I'm going to just concentrate on these two sectors, you know, energy and the financials. So you pop them out. Okay. You pop them out. And what you can also do once you pop something like this out, for instance, you might look at the financial sector. Okay. Let's pop it out. I'm going to duplicate it into the free floating window. Now you can control it. Controlling it, meaning maybe you don't want to see these high price stocks, 230. So you can go, okay, configure and go to your filters. And here's your price. Maybe you only want to see stocks between 1 and 100. Okay. Now you've adjusted that. Now you're only seeing stocks between 1 and 100. You can add other filters if you want, relative volume filter, so you can take this once it's out, you can take it and then you can basically customize it. Now, you can do that within the channel. You can do all that within the channel. You can customize all these within the channel. However, if you leave the channel, okay, and you come back, all your changes will not be saved. Why? The reason being is that these channels are for everybody. So the fact you might want to make a change to something doesn't necessarily mean that others want to do the same thing. Give me a moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. Back. Okay, here's what we're going. I'm going to get rid of a couple of comments here, getting a little too political. I don't care what side you're on. We're getting a little too political, okay? So I'm going to give me a moment. The last thing we want in this room is politics, okay? So I'm going to get rid of, don't get offended, anybody, okay? So anyway, guys, that's what you can do. So what I was going to say, I got interrupted, but you can change it. You can change anything within the channel, but the minute you leave the channel, all your changes are gone, and that's because the fact you want to make a change to something does not necessarily reflect what others want. Okay, just so you know that. All right, guys. Sorry, I just looking at a few things here. So our AI, so the CGI. All right, how about this fly here, guys? Fly. So fly. Let's take a look at this one. This could be interesting. This is from the Williams scan. So in theory, yeah, lunar may have triggered, but in theory, it is because it hit the stop, even though it had not triggered. Okay, I mean, it doesn't mean you can't take the trade. Obviously, it does not mean you don't have you can't take the trade. Okay, but because it hit the actual stop price, it becomes sort of a non-event. But obviously, you can trade it if you want. Give me a moment. Boy, oh boy, I'm missing out a lot of these fabulous. Okay, let me see if I get. I got to pick one off here, guys. I got to try to get one from the Williams scan. I think I will add it to the homepage. There's no. Let me make sure there's no. I just have to remember take the sound alert off, and also make sure there are no. There's no custom formula in here. Okay. Okay, I'll get the see. I have to get somebody to do it for me. So I will add scan to homepage. And I'm going to put the don't repeat version on. The reason I do that is because this turns into be a really nice, excuse me, a really nice watch list. You know, because you get something that is in green, which means a suggestion to go long, doesn't mean that at some point during the day, or maybe even right off the bat, maybe it doesn't work and you short it. I mean, but it's a great watch list. Okay. Like this Campbell soup. I wonder if Campbell soup has it finally had a pop? No. Now you talk about this is almost the epitome of a beautiful wave. Okay. If you want to understand how I look at the wave, just ask me and I'll show you how you can add it to your scan or to your chart. It's part of the standard service. So I don't know why people don't. I honestly don't. And guess who's going to, well, I better confirm that. I just want to confirm. So today, again, today is Wednesday. So you know what that means. Typically, that means that the CEO of Trade Ideas, Dan Merkin, will start his own YouTube stream between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay. Your opportunity to ask him questions and keep asking him, Dan, we want to have a scan that shows when a sell flag shows up or a buy flag, like our own scan, Create my own scan where I get a real-time alert when a buy flag shows up and a sell flag shows up. Okay. Now I don't need, I mean, be nice to know these, but that's not what gets me into the trade. Okay. What happens is when I click on a symbol and I like what I see. I mean, this UPST, let's say for argument's sake, maybe I liked it right here. Okay. On that little break. Well, the sell flag was right up there. So it's not a matter of my seeing the sell flag, but maybe I liked it right here. I like that break. And then I start following the wave down. And following it just means it helps to keep me in a trade a lot longer than I ever used to. Way longer than I ever used to. Aha. Now we've got our, if I missed it, no, not haven't yet. Well, maybe today's that's not going to work. So what I was waiting for, see whether or not any one of these gave us a re-entry price. Okay. So if you got the AI, make sure, and this is in my opinion, don't go to the channel. The channel is information overload. This is, in my opinion, all you need. So if you have the AI, I'm going to, I'm not going to go over this unless somebody says, I've got the AI, then you show me how to use it, like how to get this screen up and talk about the reentry price. Okay. Otherwise, so unless I get somebody asking me for that, I'm not going to go over it. The wave, the wave, the wave really just keeps me, look at CPB. See, if I had been in this one, it's not a matter again of seeing that sell flag, but I mean, from William Scan, had I known this, well, I just didn't see it in time. Okay. I was doing other things, unfortunately. But had I seen this, then what I'm doing is I'm just riding the wave down. I'm not worrying about anything, taking any profit yet. It hasn't, no bar has even pierced into the wave. I'm looking at a 2-minute chart. Okay. No bar has even pierced into that wave. Now, the minute you get a bar piercing in, that gives me some pause and thinking, okay, maybe I'll take some off. Okay. But at this point, nothing. Now it's starting to flatten out a little bit. So, maybe the trend is going to change. I'm going to I'm going to go to a 1-minute chart. I doubt if it's blue, but right now is where, okay, probably I would take some off. Okay. Just because it's starting to flatten out. Okay. Starting to flatten out. But I would not take everything off. Okay. I would not take everything off. In the old days, I'd probably say, okay, I guess that's it. I'm going to get out. But what I would do now is if I were in this one, I would probably take some off because this might be just a brief blip up and then it could have another continuation down. Just helps to keep me in trades a lot longer. Well, we've got our fun action with the SPY again, guys. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Still kind of hanging around the VWAP area. Aha! We have a re-entry for TSSI. So if you're having, okay, I do see another comment about slow. I am not experiencing a slow load of charts. Okay, definitely not. Maybe go to your account, and if you haven't done it already, do the reset a few times. Okay, not just once. Try doing the reset a few times. Okay, not just once. Okay. When we've had a problem with the charts, it's usually, at the 9:30 open, and maybe for 5 minutes because we have like a real overload of information coming in sometimes. But I have not experienced any slowdown in the charts for me. And admittedly, it depends maybe on the server you're on. I have different servers. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't work all the time, of course, Harry. I know you're a bit of an IT guy, so I know you know all the stuff, but it doesn't work all the time on the reset. But you just have to hammer at it a few times, and usually that works. I'm interested in the velo, but I don't like that spread. Well, it's not terrible. I mean, it's tightened up a bit. This blue screen you see here, nothing to do with trade ideas. Okay, this is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. All right. Well, velo, just I don't like the spread. Well, you see, it widens and it tightens and widens and it tightens and. Okay, let's see if I committed to it, a velo, what could happen? Well, the next high, well, first of all, I wouldn't do it. Okay, next high is 1525, so it's too close for me. Too close. I mean, if it popped through that, then 1584. If that weren't there, if that 1525 weren't there, it's possible I would close my eyes, take the trade, even though the spread is not ideal, just because of that. If the next high was almost at 16, but I'm just not going to do it, and it might just run. I mean, look, it's just starting to run, but I have to sort of stick to kind of my trading style and plan. And look what's happened. I mean, so he didn't listen to me. The spread is and it's popped through that. So I mean, just because I see a high looking left and thinking it might stall there, it doesn't absolutely mean it's going to, of course. And this is what we're talking about. There's the scan. Okay, Velo at 1498, 1538 now. So if you want the scan, I can give it to you right now. I mean, I can give it to you right now. I mean, it's just not on my homepage. So it's why don't I do that? I mean, now the only thing is I haven't taken off. Well, I may have. Just give me a moment. See if. Why don't I do this? Because there's a sound alert on it, you see? So what I'll do is I will duplicate the scan. And then get rid of the sound alert, because otherwise you're going to hear a sound. You're going to, where the heck is that coming from? Oh, it does. Ah, the sound alert's on the repeat version. Okay. Okay. Okay, so here it is, Greg. You can have this one right now. I'm probably going to add it to my homepage. Okay. So here's that scan, guys. Been a massive producer today. Okay, not every day it's going to be like this, but you know, both in the upside or the downside. And as always, you can always make changes to it. For instance, this is the don't repeat version, okay? This is the repeating version. So you can see where Velo kept making a new high. There was the original alert at 1498. There was the time at 1031, kept making a new high. Didn't take it because I just thought I might get stalled. I didn't like the spread, but that's the way it goes sometimes. So this is why I call it DR, don't repeat. Now you can also have this version, show you how you can do it if you want the repeating version also, which I do have. The repeating version basically nags at me. Okay, it says don't forget about me, because every time, this is where I have my sound alert. So it's a baseball bat. So every time I hear the baseball bat, I look at this. But anyway, you can always adjust this though, okay? So for instance, this is what I'm looking for. Other thing I'm doing is I'm delaying the first alert until at least 15 minutes after the market open. The reason I do that, in the first 15 minutes of the day, stocks can go up and down so much. So I like to wait at least 15. It doesn't mean that after 15 everything is rosy, but certainly in the first 15 minutes, stocks go up and down. And so this would be, you get so many alerts. So I have delayed it. You don't have to, but I have. And here's all the other filters. Here's my price range I'm looking at. You may not like that price range. You can always adjust it to whatever you want. Add a filter in, take one of these out, go ahead. And just to show you how you can then create the repeating version of it, assuming you still want the don't repeat version, what you do is you just right click and you duplicate the scan. Okay, you duplicate it. Then you right click and you go to the properties, right click, properties, and you see where it says don't repeat. It's checked. You can uncheck it. And then it will repeat for you if you want. Now this is a drop-down menu. You can actually pick, I've done for a day because I want to see the very first time of the alert, the price and the time. But you can say, okay, don't repeat for a minute or 5 minutes. You have your time period. These are all real time. So all it means is that, for instance, for Velo, you see how it's making I don't have the seconds here, but it's going to show you every single second it makes a new high. So you could have said, well, you know what? Show me a 1035, but don't show me a 1035 in 10 seconds and 20 seconds and 30 seconds. But yes, show me a 1036. If you say 1 minute. Don't want to confuse anybody, okay? Just, but that's what you can do. Now, also, if you load that scan right now, you are not going to see all of the previous alerts. what you're going to see, you're going to see the last one on the upside, green meaning, a suggestion to go long, and the last one on the short side, a suggestion to go so that's what pink means. Well, you can see the type, it made a new low, a new high at the time of the alert. That's what you're not going to see everything that happened before. Okay. You're just going to see the last two, either up or down. Same thing with my race. If you want the race, you're not going to see my race started at 9:30. So that's why this top 10 list is built. But if you load my race right now, your top 10 list will be built from 10:41 on. So don't think if you load any one of my scans, don't think, well, what have I done wrong? I'm not saying I'm not seeing what you're displaying. Okay, guys. Well, patience, PJ, that's how the wave can help you. I mean, you get into a trade and until you see a trend change, depending on the time frame you're looking at. Okay, welcome. Annette Scott. Well, first of all, are you a Trade Ideas subscriber? Number one. Okay. So when you say what is this page all about? Well, these are my scans. Okay, this is the information that I like to see. Okay, these are just my personal scans. So if you are a Trade Idea subscriber, you probably have your own scans. I am sharing information. Okay, I'm sharing these. Well, I can share this one, but I'm sharing a lot of my other information, my scans. Okay. So that's what this page is all about. I mean, these are my scans. And you can take them if you want. You can massage them or customize them to your style of trading. Maybe you want a different price range. So let me just show you, okay? So on my homepage, if you scroll down, here is what I'm currently sharing, okay? This is what you can see. The large cap gainers is here. This is a race. Maybe you don't have a race. I can go over the racing concept if you want. Maybe you don't have a race. Maybe you've never thought about it, okay? This is what we call a compare count window. Movers to the upside versus movers to the downside. This I'm not sharing. I mean, I can give it to you. It's just not on my homepage. But this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Here's some other scans that I've got. I don't have them up and running, but I'm sharing them. So when you say what it's all about, well, we're trying to find ideas, of course, to trade. So if you have any questions about, I don't know, like how long have you had Trade Ideas? What do you think, Obi? Oh, you just joined today. Okay. Well, okay. I should have gone on. Okay. Do yourself a favor, okay? Welcome. Yeah, I know, Obi. That's what I was talking about. the VIR. Okay, so let me put my homepage. Well, the homepage link is still there, but I'll put it back in, okay? Do yourself a favor, please. Click on my homepage link. If you haven't done this already, scroll down. You see where it says education? Click on that, more info. Scroll down a little bit. I'll expand the page just a bit. So if you just started, I mean, that's why it's called Getting Started with Trade Ideas. If you haven't done this already, and it's probably you haven't if you just joined today, okay? Please take a look at these videos, okay? They're 12 short videos, covers, the key elements of the program. Well, you can make trade, Lily, you can make trade ideas a lot of people get hung up on the guide. They look at this user guide and go, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn everything? Look at this user guide. But just think about other programs that have user guides, like MS Word. I know I always use MS Word as my example. What if I said, here's MS Word. Before you can use the program, you've got to learn everything that's in this manual. Well, who would ever do that? Okay? Who would ever do that? Most people, when they have a Word program, all they care about is, okay, how do I type on the screen? Okay, how do I save that? Maybe change the font. How do I print it? Most people, probably use 0.5% of MS Word's capabilities. That's most people. Same thing with here. You don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide, but you should know what the difference between an alert window is and a top list window is, things like that. If you have any experience trading, that's the beauty of Trade Ideas, is that you can create your own type of scan. These are the fact that I want to see these symbols in here or these symbols in here based on, my criteria, doesn't mean that has to be yours. Okay. So please look at those videos, okay, Annette, first. And you can come into the room every day, but please look at those first. Otherwise, you're probably like, well, first of all, any particular reason why you took the program, number one? Okay, Tesla in the YouTube room is asking me about checking Tesla. Well, for Tesla, when you say squeezing, I don't know if it's squeezing, you want to use that term, but there's, the short float is not that much, but if you sound like you're a Tesla trader. So what I'd be doing is I'd have a thumbnail chart of Tesla every single day and looking at it. And the minute you see a move like this, you probably have to get interested. Tesla has, if it took out the high of yesterday, that should get you interested. Okay. But if you're a Tesla trader and your name is Tesla, okay, I would probably have Tesla as my as a thumbnail chart, number one, so I can follow what was it doing in the pre-market. What time is that? That is 9:25, just before the market opened at 9:25. It started to take a little bit of a move. I don't know if there was any news on this one, but then on that first pop up here, this was just making new high after new high after new high. And the relative volume, it's not. It's trading 1.4 times normal. It's not like extraordinarily. It's not an extraordinary number there, but at least it is trading abnormally a little bit. And if you're trading large caps, you might want to take a look at something like this, a large cap race. And depending on what you consider a large cap, for instance, in this race right here, all races start from a top list window. Okay. So in this top list window, this is what I'm looking for. Click on configure. So if the price is between 10 and 70, minimum 200,000 shares, up from 2% from yesterday, Got to be near the high of the day. That's what that 95% refers to. You know, if that said 100%, then the stock would be right at the high of the day. Okay. Here's my market cap, 500,000,000. Now you might think, well, that's not high enough for me. That's fine. Change it. Okay. Make it 1 billion, 2 billion, whatever you want. The float, minimum float of 50 million. Okay. If you want it higher, change it. Because once you've got your top list window set with what you want to see, now you don't have to run a race. You could just have a top list window, and then you can sort on the change from the close, assuming you have the column header, and you can see right there. I mean, this is oust. I mean, that's again, you may have a different idea about what you consider a large cap. But once you've got your top list window set and you want to run a race, then you right click on it and launch the real-time stock race. That's what I've done here. That's why these stocks are showing up. And the beauty of the race is this. I start running this race at 9:30. Eventually, there's a top 10 list built for me automatically of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. So the number one position, UNFI has won 3 races, HIMS has won 2, etc. Okay. And I'm running a 4-minute race. All this is customizable. I mean, you know, all of this is completely customizable. And, you know, some people don't care about races, and that's fine. But what happens is, so you can see at the top here, CENX, CENX, it's not a huge move, but since the race started a minute and a half ago, it has moved the most, 0.19%. More importantly, though, what the race does, it doesn't care whether a stock is up the most from yesterday's close, because that's what, at the top here, that's what FSLY is. All it cares about in this list of stocks, what's moving the most in this list of stocks. So it could be some stock down here that is all of a sudden just starting to move up. Okay, that's what the race does. Here's AR. I mean, it's at the bottom here. It's up 3.2% for the day, but for whatever reason, you know, it's starting to move a little bit. Now, this is not a volatile race. The other race that I'm sharing is a much more volatile race. You'll see big percentage moves. Okay, so if you like the race idea, and so you can create your own. I mean, again, this I call this a large cap. But I mean, you may have a very different idea about what you want. Also, you know, I'm looking for the stocks in this race. I want them to be near the high of the day. You don't have to. You don't have to do that. You know, I mean, because when I look at laser, you know, I mean, it's near the high of the day. That's what I want to see. You don't have to. Okay, so you can customize the race. Now, I'm talking to Tesla in our YouTube room. Okay, so just to show you, in the user guide, there's a whole section on stock racing. So I just put my homepage link in, and you can click. So if you click on my homepage link, and you go down to the education section, click on the more info. And at the top here, the user guide. So when you click on the user guide, you'll see there's a whole section on stock racing. How you can create your own race from scratch if you want to, or you could take my race. You could take this race, it's on my homepage, and then you could take the race and then you could customize it to your style of trading. So you don't have to start necessarily from scratch. And the customization, you know, so if you took this race right now and you right click in it, open the top list. Again, the race is always launched from a top list window. You know, right click, launch the race. But here's now, you know, in a top list window, you know, all you have to do then is go to the configure, and now you can configure it to what you want to see. Okay, configure it to what you want to see. If you want to see Apple and Tesla, you're going to have to change the price range, for instance, because I've got 10 to 70 as an example. So you might want to put 10 to 1,000. I mean, it's up to you. Okay. Now, here's a way in which you can also very quickly make some changes. Okay. So if you took this race, I'm going to duplicate it because I don't want to stop the race. See the little gear there? So if you click the gear, the race is going to stop, number one. And here is some quick changes you can make. Well, then if you use a symbol list and just attach it to your top list window and launch the race on it. Okay. So you could take this, then what you want to do is click on the gear, okay, and go to advanced, click on the gear and go to advanced. And then you obviously know how to create a symbol list. Then click on the symbol list. And if you don't see it here, it's got to be on the left. I'm assuming you know that because you created one before. It's got to be in the left-hand column here. Otherwise, add the existing list. Click on it. So it has to be in this column here. And then you just right click, only the following list, and check it. So then now your symbol list will be attached to that race or to the top list, and then you're in the race on it. Does that make sense? So you just click on the gear, click on advanced, and then symbol list, and then add it. Make sure it's over in this column, and then just it's just a drop down menu. Click on it, only the following list, and check it. Now that symbol list is attached to your to this top list window. Now the only other thing you might want to do, it's up to you. I'm running a 4-minute race. Okay. So when I stop the race, so how to stop a race. So I'm going to click. Now the race is started, but if I click on the box there, the race is stopped. Okay. So here's how I can make some other adjustments. If I right click in the body of the race and see where it says show race setup. Remember, all this is in the guide. I don't expect people to remember all this, but it's all in the guide if you are interested in races. So you just click on show race setup. Here's how you can control the time. Don't get too overwhelmed by all this, but here's how you can control the time. I'm running a 4-minute race. You might want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, whatever time period you want. So what happens is after the 4 minutes, another race starts. And that's how the top 10 list is built for you. Okay, every winner gets added until there's 10 different stocks in here. But here's the other thing you can also do. I start my race at 9:30. You can start the race in the pre-market if you're up, if you're before 9:30 if you want, the so-called pre-market, whatever that means anymore. So you could, if you checked auto start on, well, actually I did, interesting. Auto start on load. That means that when you load trade ideas, the race is going to start whatever time you load. I'm going to recheck that. I must have done that just to show people, but auto start on time. Stop the race again. Auto start at time, that allows you to control when you want your race to start. So I wanted my race to start on the 9:30 open. But if I said auto start on load, that means and the race will start whatever time you load trade ideas. I mean, it could be after 9:30, but if it's in the pre-market, the race will start running in the pre-market. Whatever time you load trade ideas, in other words. Completely up to you. Okay? So it's all customizable. Yes, I have. Yes. I have this race on my page. Yeah, I have this race on my page. So you click on my homepage link. So click on the homepage link and Scroll down until you see the scan section, and it's right here. Large cap, biggest large cap gainer since the start of the race. So you can add your symbol list to that. But remember, you may not want, you may not want just to see the stocks near the high of the day. You might just want to see them wherever they are. Okay, so you can make the change if you want. And add your symbol list, and then your race will start. Right now it's 11 o'clock. Okay, your race will start whenever you do load the race. So you're not going to see all this. Of course, you wouldn't anyway if you had a symbol list, your own symbol list. So what Tesla? I'm talking to Tesla in our YouTube room. So so consider this. You might have, some of you may have 20 or 30 stocks that you like to follow every single day. A basket of stocks that you like to follow every single day. So you create your top list window. You have your top list window. You add that symbol list to it, and then you run your race on it just based on the symbols that you want to follow every single day. Maybe you've got a basket every single day. I want to follow these 20 or 30 stocks. It could be, though, maybe in the evening once the market is in theory closed at 4 o'clock. Maybe you do some scanning, okay, to see what stocks are really moving during the day. Maybe you create a new symbol list of those stocks that you want to follow the following day, every single day. Make sure it's a big enough list. Don't make it 5, because otherwise, no point running a race. But maybe there's, 15, 20, 30 stocks that you say, you know what? I want to follow these stocks tomorrow based on what I saw today. So you create your symbol list with those stocks, attach it to your top list window, and launch the race based on that. All sorts of different ways to use it. So what have I missed? I'm sure I've missed a lot of ACXP. Well, let's see. They're showing up here. Not showing. Boy, this PUR was an interesting one a couple of days ago. PUR, PURR. Yeah, 2 days ago. We had a rest yesterday, and now continuation. And again, if you're new to all this, I mean, this is just another way. This window that you see here. I don't pay so much attention to to the chart so much. I just really pay attention to the tickers that come through. These are all real time. Okay, these are real time alerts. If it's in green, excuse me, just a minute. If it's in green, it made a new high of the day. If it's in red, made a new low of the day. It's basically taking two competing scans and running them off against each other. So if I click on the configure in this, and this is what we call a compare count window, and I click on the configure for the green data, this is what it's looking for. It works in the pre-market. So new high of the day, new pre-market high. It works in the post-market, new post-market high. So if all these filter values are met, and this is the beauty of trade ideas, if you're kind of new to all this, you create, I want to see stocks between 50 cents and $30, 300,000 shares minimum traded. The volume in the last minute has to be at least 300% of normal. You will see, especially in the afternoon, when we get an alert, you'll see usually a big volume. Well, look at that. See that volume bar right there? You see what I'm pointing at right there? You'll see usually a big volume increase, a big like a momentum increase, and it has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. I might even get rid of this. I don't really care that much. I mean, the number of real-time alerts highs, it has to be at least 25. But the bottom line is this. So these are the filters. So all these filter values have to be met. And if they are, and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay? That's what trade ideas is really all about. You can create your own scan with your set of parameters and then create what we call a trigger. Virtually every single one of my triggers is a new high of the day, but we have a lot of other triggers. New 5-minute high, new 5-minute low, 30-minute high, 30-minute low. We have a lot of different triggers. So sort of remember what this one is, and you see this little flip? So what happens is the red data is just going to be a flip of this, flipping a new high, all these new highs to new lows. The stock has to be down at least 2% from yesterday's close. So it's like taking two. I could have these are just two alert windows. I could have them side by side, okay, and running them. I just find it kind of interesting to run it like a ticker, a old style ticker. Because now if I look at the red data, see how it's been flipped. New lows instead of new highs, and the price was down at least 2%. Okay, and you can't flip a volume, or you can't flip certain things, obviously, but you can flip a new high to a new low, etc. So basically taking two similar scans, flipping what can be flipped and running them off against each other. So when I see OBDC, it just made a new low of the day. Okay, right down there. Now, why some people may not like this is because, you know, with an alert window. No, this is a multi, but I mean, with an alert, you can see the tickers as they've made new high. Here, you cannot. Okay, it's like a tick. But I like the presentation. Okay, it's just a different way of presenting our data. So that's what I like to do. I like to present the data in different ways. We have a race. We have this compare count. We have a typical scan. Okay. All right, guys. So it's 11:08 past morning. Okay, just got word. No Dan today. No Dan today. Okay, so he can't make it. So let me see if anybody else is going to. Give me a moment. Okay, there may not. So Dan is not going to be able to do it today. So and there may not be anybody who's going to do a YouTube stream taking over for me. Okay, between 12 and 1. We're short staffed. Steve's on vacation, and so we're a little short staffed. So, and it's not fair to Chris, who already did Monday and Tuesday. So I don't think he wants to do a Wednesday, another one. So I may not take a full hour off. right, guys. Well, let's see. Anything that they might want to take a look at from either of those scans. Probably AJ. Where is HIMS right now? If I were a betting man, if I were a betting man, well, if I were a betting man, I mean, I just don't trust this thing. I mean, it's up 12%. Great move. We had the news yesterday about Novo getting back, or I guess this day right here, 2 days ago, with Novo getting back on board with them after basically accusing them of fraud or suing them. Maybe not fraud, but suing them, etc. FDA got involved. I mean, it's been a real saga. Well, since this month right here, February. But remember, in that press release that Nova said they were back on board, but they did say in that press release, but we're going to be monitoring you, so don't do anything crazy. I'm not saying AIMS are going to do something crazy. Okay, I'm just saying that, but there was that little caveat. So Tesla in our YouTube room, when you say, okay, you've got a couple of statements there. I just want to comment on them. I really want to master trade ideas. And then next it said, it turned me profitable after 13 years. Okay, that's wonderful. Now, when you say you want to master trade ideas, what do you mean by that exactly? Because I think the problem a lot of people have with trade ideas is they think they have to know everything about it. And for instance, let's just take a look. I'm going to bring up this alert window here, okay? I just want to show people, if I right click on this alert window and then click on search, these are all the real-time alerts that we have. But that's not mastering trade. But okay, I just want to comment, learning many strategies. You can get information overload though, Tesla. Like I'm talking to Tesla in our YouTube room. That was my problem. As I said before, I've had this program since 2010. Back in 2010, I was, I had some experience trading, not as much as I have now, perhaps, but I had some, well, quite a bit actually. Just that I didn't have a program like Trade Ideas. So all of a sudden, I was just like you. I wanted to learn as many strategies as I could. 20 top list windows, 14 alert windows. Symbols coming at me all day long because I didn't want to miss anything. Wrong. Okay. And I'm just talking in general. That's the wrong approach. Sure. It's always frustrating sometimes when you see something that's moved and you say, well, why didn't my scan pick that up? Okay. You just have to deal with something like that. Okay. Because you just have to realize you're going to miss certain things. You cannot, because that I could create a scan for you that would pick that particular symbol up, guaranteed. However, you may have seen 20 or 30 others that didn't do that. Okay. And so you don't want to get information overload. I'm just telling you that right now. I still have probably one, maybe two too many. If I weren't doing this, I know exactly all I would do. Okay. I probably wouldn't have this. I like it, but I probably wouldn't have this, the compare count. I would probably just have a couple of I would probably have the two don't repeat and just follow those all the time. So just don't get into it that say I've got to learn every single strategy out there, because I was looking at YouTube and seeing this guru and he's saying this is how you make $1 million in 2 seconds. Just follow this strategy, and I created garbage, or I couldn't even create it. Or I would spend hours trying to figure out, well, how would I do that in Trade Ideas? It's just not worth it. Okay. So all I'm trying to say is here, look at all these real-time alerts that we've got, starting off with the most popular ones at the top. They're the new high and the new low of the day. But look at all the other ones we've got. And if I scroll down, look at all the different filters that we've got. When you see these icons, these are all the filters that we've got. I don't know 98% of them, okay? Because I only care about the new high and the new low of the day and a handful of those filters. Now, why do we have so many? Why did the company create so many? Because there are all sorts of different trading styles out there. So the fact that I don't need, whatever this is, the standard deviation breakout, some of you might look at that and go, perfect. I love standard deviation breakouts, okay? But if you don't know what this means, don't worry about it. You don't have to say, oh man, I probably should learn that because it's in this list of real-time alerts. No. Now, if you have some curiosity and you've got some time, sure. You can click on it, and click on the help. And it's going to have it's going to show you very detailed what it's all about. Okay. Stephanie, a long time ago, Stephanie at Trade Ideas, she created she did an awesome job at creating all this information about all these different, okay? But you don't have to go through this and say, oh my gosh, how am I going to learn all this? You don't have to. Where am I getting it? Well, if I right click on an alert window, 156, right click on configure, and then click on search. And here they all are. Okay. Okay, so I just right click on any alert window and configure, click on configure then when the box pops up, and then click on search. Now this is also good because you click on this because some people say, well, I really like RSI. What do you have for that? So in the search term box, you just type in RSI and you'll see, what we have, okay? So this is what we have for RSI. We have a 1 minute, 2, 5, 15, 60 daily. Now you might be looking at this going, well, wait a minute, I need a 20-minute RSI. We don't have it, okay? So why don't we have everything? The reason being, well, first of all, overload the servers, number one. But what the company tried to do when they created the program over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn. Yeah, right click on any alert window, exactly, 156. Any alert window, and then click on the search. They felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create all these different filters and all those different real-time alerts, so that for the majority of people, they could find a way to combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Are we everything to everybody? No, we're not. If you wanted a 10-minute RSI, we don't have it. February 25, it should be, I think, I want to say the 18th, Doug. How long is my promo on? Okay. What do we have for stochastics? This is what we have for stochastics. Okay. We've got the 5, 15, and 60. I need the 20. Sorry, we don't have it. Okay. People ask about the Ichimoku. Well, typing it in. Well, guess what? We don't have it. We don't have anything. So it's a good way to find out what we have. Okay. And so you take any alert window, right click on it, click on the configure, and then click on search. And then in the search box, you can find out what we've got. Okay. I do have a race down. Yes. Question is, I think I've got one here. I'm not running it right now, but let's say load from cloud and a large cap. I think it's for a large cap. The small caps, I just don't think, excuse me, it's worth it. Biggest large cap losers from the start of the race. Okay, so you can have that if you want it. Well, again, it's running the race, okay? So, I mean, whether they're really motoring down fast, that's another issue, but that is the race, that is a large cap loser. The patience of a saint. Ah, you know why, Doug? In all honesty, Doug is saying in our YouTube room, I have the patience of a saint. Well, I realize how hard trading is. I really do. And it's still a learning. Look, this wave, this is something I never had. I only started using this wave, I don't know now, 4, 5, maybe 6 months ago. It's something I never even thought about, didn't even know we had it. We haven't had it for years and years. So I'm always learning something new myself, okay? And I know how hard it is. I know trading is not easy. And so I try to put myself in people's shoes who are just starting out. The only thing I don't have patience for are people who won't at least take a look at the videos, to get a basic understanding of the software. I mean, when I say no patience, I'm not going to scream and yell, but I mean, I want to encourage people to, it's mandatory. And also, we have our simulator to practice trading. People, people who get the program and they have no trading experience whatsoever, think that this, okay, uh, how am I going to make money? Well, it's going to be really hard. And for everybody who asks a question, that's why I like the questions. Anybody who asks a question, there could be 10 or 20 people out there wanting to ask the same type of question or didn't even think about the question. And now I'm able to, transmit all that information to more people than just the one person who actually asked the question. People are shy. I get it. Some people are shy. They don't feel they think, oh my gosh, this is a stupid question. There are no stupid questions. Honestly, you're starting out, there are no stupid questions. That's why this room is free. I mean, both rooms are free. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. I mean, you've got to be comfortable that you're. That's why I don't understand people who don't have any trading experience at all. And I hope there's nobody in this room, no trading experience whatsoever, and take a premium annual subscription, laying out, $2,000 with no trading experience and not even understanding what the program can do. Makes no sense to me. But we see that. We see people doing that. When I say we see emails coming in and say, "Hmm, I don't understand the program. And what trading experience do you have? None." Man, just give me one moment, please. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay, guys, I'll be in one more minute. Okay, I promise I'll be right back in about 1 minute. Okay, guys, I am now back. Okay. Well, yeah, Ozzy. I mean, yeah, you seem to have a bit of a knack for it, for the money machine. But as you say, it is not plug and play. Lots of learning, lots of skills, understanding how to read charts, getting in and out. It's not for. I mean, we would have loved for it to have been a plug and play, but I don't think there's any way. All right, what am I looking at right now? So here's Unfi here. Unfi has won 4 races as an example. Okay. UNFI. Would I take the trade now? Probably not, because when I look left, what do I see? I see that the next high looking left is 41.43. Couple things, I don't like taking trades underneath a whole number. I want to see the whole number break. So I'd have to wait for the 41 break, number one. So if it, maybe getting up to 41.10, and then when you look left, that next high is too close on a percentage basis. So I wouldn't take that trade as an example. Now, some of you might look at that and go, well, that's crazy. I love it. I love the way it's trading. I love the pattern. Take it. One last try to put a bow on that, talking about taking our program and not having any trading experience at all and not knowing our program at all. Um, you know, Matt, you're not an architect, but you, for whatever reason, you decide to take a year. You decide to buy AutoCAD, and you're not an architect. But you know what? I'm going to buy AutoCAD, and it's going to teach me to be an architect. No, okay. Okay, guys. Now this is turning interesting. This serve now it's still open. It's still open. It's still up for the day. Still up for the day. but it is starting to really, I mean, look at the volume that came in on, selling volume came in. Now, is it going to continue underneath the VWAP? It showed up on William on this scan right here. Now, there was a feeling I had that to get these ones, this is a suggestion to short, is that thinking, what, should the stock also be down for the day? This is up for the day. So what you're trying to do right now is play for a, maybe a top, and you're thinking the pattern is topped out. No, but it kind of topped out up here, but so I'm still kind of struggling with that a little bit. So here's a great example of how you can go both ways here. I mean, here's the TSSI, right? This is one that, I did pretty well on this one. This was the trade that I took. But just because it was a long doesn't mean you could not turn around and take that short underneath the VWAP, you know? It got into the VWAP. You can see how it, for how long is that? That is 1022 to say 1106, and a day trader's, that's like an eternity. But, for about 30 minutes, you're trying to figure out, is it going to take that VWAP out? Is that purple line, is it going to act as support and bounce off it? Well, eventually the buyers gave up. Said, you know what, you sellers can have it for a while anyway. Okay, guys, let's see. Now, the one I was really interested in the pre-market, not doing it yet, and I'm not saying it's going to, but the CYN, okay, CYN, I thought, okay, if it can take out two in a bigger way, I have a price alert up here at 211. Why? I think you have to take a look, yeah, you take a look at the daily chart. You can see this. So if it can take out 211, which is right here, then the next high is up here at 279. But now we also have the 200, the VWAP to contend with. We've got a few things to contend with. Getting through that whole number of two, which is essentially the VWAP, getting up to this high, which it could later on in the day, it could. It's a low float. So, we get some enthusiasm back into it. It's an earnings play. So, I mean, it should be relatively in play for the whole day. So if it does take that out, then you can see what could happen. So that's why I have a price alert set for about 210 for the CYN. Now, am I anticipating that it's going to happen? No. In other words, I don't ever take anticipatory trades. If that makes sense. That, well, I think it's going to happen, so I might as well take it now at a better price. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, guys, it's now 11:38. So again, just to repeat, when I take my break, there will be nobody in YouTube today. Dan is not around today, so and nobody is going to take over. And to be honest, one of the reasons, Chris was in for the last 2 days, got two questions, 2 days. It's not worth it. I mean, to be honest, I don't know how many people. I understand why people go into YouTube. I guess it's easy, and but that's why I say keep me engaged, ask questions. Here's another leg down now for the for the TSSI. Follow the wave, Ike. Follow the wave. Okay, that's my strategy. I have a certain way I'm going to get into a trade, but that's my set of conditions may not be your set of conditions. But I like to see stocks near the high or the low of the day if I'm going to go long or short, and then I check the minute I see, minute I get an alert of some sort, I look left if I want to go. Say I wanted to go long serve and it was up here. Okay, it's turned around, but even short. So let's say serve was over the 200-day moving average, which is the blue line, and I had an alert and I clicked on it and it was right here at 11:53. First thing I do, I look left. Where could it go before it hits the next high on a daily chart? Well, if I like the pattern at 11:53, okay, if I'm looking at a daily chart now, and I look left, well, that's enough room for me then to consider the trade. I always want to make sure that if I take a trade, that before it hits the next high on the daily chart, or if I can't see it on the daily chart, in other words, if I didn't see all this, I would then look to my weekly chart to see where the next high is. Okay, so I'm quickly doing that. I'm quickly doing that and see, well, where could it go before it hits that next high? If that next high, if I get my alert at 11:55 and the next high is at 11:70, I'm not taking the trade. It's too close. So so that's why I eliminate so many. Even though I'm getting all these alerts, I'm eliminating so many because I don't like what I'm seeing on the daily or the weekly. But then if I take the trade, then I'm going to rely on the wave to keep me in the trade. As long as the wave is in my favor, like let's see what Campbell Soup is doing right now, CPB. So had I taken this short up here, I'd be riding it. No reason to get out of this short. Okay, none, zero. Minute it started doing this, I'd say, okay, maybe I should be lightening the load. Maybe not everything, but then the minute you get a transition to blue, then I'm probably thinking to myself, okay, out. Can always get back in if it turns around, but that is how I'm using the wave. If that makes sense. Orange is assuming I was short this, orange is a weak trend. And then and when it starts turning blue, that means the weak trend is starting not to be as weak. That is, and again, this is all new for me. New, new, relatively speaking, based on the number of years I've been trading. Months. I've just started to use this wave. So if oil is moving higher again, what's XLE doing? Yeah, so XLE. So I mean, here's your ETF for the energy sector, guys. I mean, so with all, whatever happens, what's ever happening in the Middle East, I mean, you can just sort of see whether it's good or bad, depending on your where you're sitting. I mean, you can just follow XLE. Now, the other thing about taking longs or shorts, I'm always aware of what the market's doing. Okay, I mean, if I'm in this is a very choppy day. I mean, you can just look at the SPY. That's how I track kind of the overall market. Look how choppy it is: up, down, up, down, up, down. A tweet here, a tweet there. That causes the market to do this. If I'm going to take a trade, and a trade that kind of follows the market, I really have to be aware of what's happening. Most of the things I do are what we call alpha type trades, though. Okay. They don't care as much about what the market is doing or what its individual sector is doing. It probably has some news on its own. It could be an earnings play. It's an earnings. Company released earnings either after hours yesterday or this morning, or maybe they have specific news. I much rather try to find those sort of stocks. And most of the time, if a stock, like, here's UPB, just as an example. I wonder if there's any news on this one. Probably, maybe not, but there's got to be a reason that this is up 13% when the overall market is, down right now. Okay. And the usual reason is, I mean, it's a stock that flies under the radar. There's not that many shares in the float. So it kind of flies under the radar. So why I like that is that you're not so beholden to what the overall market's doing. Again, a tweet comes out that tanks the market or pops the market if you're short, so you don't have to worry as much when you get into sort of trades like this. I mean, I'm not getting political here, but I thought it was ridiculous yesterday. You're the when I say you're, I'm Canadian, so but your energy your energy minister, whatever you call it, cabinet minister. I don't think that's not your term, but he came up with a tweet saying that a secretary, thank you, the energy secretary, um, with a tweet yesterday saying that a tanker had been escorted through the Strait of Hormuz by, I guess, one of your warships, protected. And if you remember, the market went crazy, popped right up. And then he had to delete it because it wasn't true. Well, that to me, and it's not political, okay? That to me is ridiculous. How could that happen? But that caused the market to absolutely go crazy. And then once it was determined that that was not true, the market drops again. How do you control that? You're in a trade and everything's looking good. And then, yeah, I mean, it boggles my mind that something like that can happen. And you can see right at the top here. So here's our top sector right now, XLE. And at bottom, wow, look at silver. Even worse. The last time I looked, it was down 3.2%. Now it's down 4%. So, silver just not the sector to be in today. Good for you, Poe. I'm going to cheer Poe on. Okay, he's in this Plix. I've got this one. I have that one. I have this one thumbnailed. So good news for you. I don't know where did you take it. Good news for you. It's now through the VWAP. So hopefully that holds and gives you a nice a bigger pop even. All right, guys. 11:48. So I will be taking a break in about 12 minutes, and we're going silent. Okay, nobody in YouTube today, so I'll try not to maybe make my break an hour long. But now the wave on these sort of stocks is not as predictable. Okay, I will say this. I mean, on these cheap stocks with low floats, you do get a lot of volatility. The wave is not as say predictable when you compare it to say a larger cap stock. So, Campbell's had 191 million in the float, a little more predictable, even on the move up. You don't see like wild bars up and down. Having said that, Poe, let me see if there's a way I could have kept you in the trade. Well, I always try to get the YouTubers to come over to the main room. So even if I'm not in, even though there's nobody going to be doing anything in YouTube, and I won't be on the mic for an hour or so in the main room, there's still action. I mean, YouTube, I'll be honest. I mean, there's hardly any interaction amongst traders in YouTube. Guys, keep an eye on the CYN. Keep an eye on the CYN. It may be trying to do its thing. Okay, through the VWAP now. It's an earnings plane. The next challenge is getting through 210. Okay, that's the next challenge, getting through 210. Now, I probably won't be able to do it because I'm going to be taking my break. So, and I'm just because it gets to 210 doesn't mean I would pile into the trade. I want to see if it can hold, but also you see the volume that's coming in. See that volume coming in? You can see what I'm pointing to on my 2-minute chart. But now it just turned into selling volume. So that, it was a brief pop over two, but let's see if it happens again. The more times they can get through the VWAP and get over two and hold, the better. So I've got my price alert set at that 210 level. And again, why? Well, again, look left. If it takes out 210, the next high is 276. Plenty of room on a percentage basis. Even if got, halfway there to 250. Well, okay, if we're really looking at the wave flow on PLYX, okay, again, as I sort of see now, here's the challenge because what I like to see is that the bottom of the bars are still in contact with the top of the wave. You can see how it's getting well. You can see how it's got even on the 5 super parabolic, nowhere near. Now eventually, if it keeps moving up, that wave will maybe catch up. But that is, to me, the danger area that I start to think people are going to start taking some profit. It's getting a little parabolic. Now, you love if you're down here at 531, you love to see things going parabolic. I get it. But if you're in here, if you took the trade, I'm just talking in general now. If a person took the trade just over the VWAP on the VWAP rate, so you're up in this 560 level. Well, yeah, you want to see it go parabolic if it goes up to 6. But right now, you're wondering, are people going to start taking some profit? And you're not in low enough to hang on if people start taking profit. When I say you, I'm just talking in general, not you, Poe. That's how I look at it. I mean, this is not, it's not an exact science, obviously. Well, and you've got to be so. I mean, the float is 10 million for Plix. I mean, it's not the crazy, crazy low sub 1 million, but still, yeah. And I know that Maxim, I think Maxim is behind this one. This was a direct to market. And so it's an IPO, but it was a direct to market. The big guys hate that. They don't get their commissions. So a direct to market, Maxim is behind it. Sure, they came out yesterday saying we are putting a $10 price target on it. Now, let's see if the wave is turned on the 1 minute chart. Still not. Still not. No orange yet. Because you're going to have different colors depending on the time frame you're looking at. Well, the CYN guys, I mean, this keep an eye on if it takes out 210, if it does a great job at keeping over 2 and then takes out 210, this could be one of the, and it's a low float, so it could be one of those late dayers. Give me a moment, guys. All right. William says GFS might run back to the towards the VWAP. No promises. Well, I'm going to hold you to it. So let's go. GFS. So what? So this is what William is talking about. So that's funny. It did not show up on mine. Do I have maybe it's the price range? No, $50. I wonder why GFS did not show up. You're talking about your scan, right? I'm surprised it did not show up. GFS, I'm just looking for it, did not show up. So because William uses this scan very differently from me. Um, he uses it for bounce plays, so something that has been beaten up, that anything that's moving down, he's looking for the bounce. Whereas I'm looking for the continuation I'm looking for the continuation and getting the alert. So either continuation to the upside or the downside. But I don't know why I didn't get GFS. Let's take a look at, is there a difference in the filter? Ah, no, I know why. I thought you upped the relative volume. I guess you didn't. I got rid of, I was finding I was getting too many alerts. So I upped my relative volume, to 4. I can see that's only 1. And that's okay. I mean, that's the whole idea of customizing the scan for your style of trading. Okay? So that's why I'm not seeing it. So what William is saying is that, there's the VWAP up here. Will a lot of people look at the VWAP and it can act as a magnet for a stock that's down, moving into it, and then that's resistance, and then either on the low side or on the high side, moving into it, acting like a bit of a magnet. All right, guys, it's now noon. Got to get out of here. Got to take a break. Well, I'll say 1 p.m. I might be earlier, but so no one is nobody's going to do a YouTube. Okay. Okay, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. No one is doing taking over for me in our YouTube room, so I'll put myself on mute in both rooms. Okay, let me pop back in here. Pepe, I hate to call on you, but the question in the YouTube room, and it's that's sort of a Windows function, isn't it? Is there some kind of a hack? The question is, I'm having a difficulty with the app where each chart is a separate window, and when I Alt tab or minimize all windows, it's hard to restore all trade ideas app windows all at once. Any way to stick all the TI windows together? Well, okay, I may have to take my, okay, if I take my, I won't take my break right now. I'm going to try to help you, Kizar, okay? So it depends what you mean by that. Are you talking about, for instance, here, I've got, you can see my, I was going to say docking can do it, but like docking can do it, and you'll stick all the windows together. So when you want to minimize all your windows, it's because you only have one monitor and you want to go to another program and then you want to bring trade ideas back all at once? Is that the idea? So I've got 3 monitors, so it's never been an issue for me, but it, okay. Oh man. So Pepe, then with docking, all he would have to do is just click on the icon down here and just find the dock in the toolbar or down here, and just click on the dock or the window, and then it'll all come back up instead of the individual windows, of course. There's no other way to do it. I thought Windows had some kind of a hack that you could bring all the windows back. Okay. Well, docking. I'll tell you what, Kizar, if this doesn't work for you, okay, because docking, it's I call it an advanced topic only because it can be a little bit different. It can be a little bit of a challenge to do it. But let me give you, I'm going to direct you to the guide, and there's a whole section on docking. I'm taking a break, but I will come back, okay? Yeah, so minimize the TI bar. That will minimize all the, and then to restore, click the meet. So that's what also you can do. So that's what I kind of thought without having to go through docking. So here, so you're talking about minimizing minimizing the TI bar, clicking that. And then if you've got TI down here, then you just click on it again. Would that not do it too? And everything would come back up, or no? So I've never had the issues. But as far as docking is concerned, if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link, and then scroll down a little bit until you see the education section, more info. Click on the more info. And then at the top here is our user guide. Okay. And then in the user guide, there is a whole section unto its own called docking. And that shows you how you can take your individual windows, put them into a container. And that would be probably a way around it. Okay. So go to this. If you find it too confusing after looking at the guide, I think it's pretty good, but I'll be back in say 45 minutes to an hour. Okay. So you just have to follow this. It's just a little tricky to do. That's all. But yeah, I could take this window. I could take charts. I could take everything. I could create a doc. I add them into the doc and they're all there. Okay. It's just a little tricky because sometimes you click the wrong key and all of a sudden it disappears and you think, what happened? But I will be back. Okay. If it doesn't work for you. Okay, so I will mute myself now. Okay, guys, I'm back. Keys Webb, are you still there? Were you able to figure it out doing the docking? If not, I can sort of demonstrate right on the screen. It's in our YouTube room. All right. Wait to see if he's still around. Okay, guys, what is KISS? Let's take a look at Cole. This is Coles, right? KSS. No, you see the volume coming in. So this one, we're going to see a lot of charts that look like this now in the afternoon from this compare count scan with the big volume burst. You're just going to see it. It's going to be so visible. So there's the KSS. NVTS. Now, this was, you guys have been talking about this one, I think. Glad to be back, Tesla. You know, guys, I'm not going to give up on this. Well, I haven't taken the trade yet, of course, but I'm not giving up watching this CYN. It's doing a heck of a job now, kind of holding on to the VWAP. Okay, holding on to the VWAP. Now, as I'm saying this, we're getting a bit of a red bar, but holding on to the VWAP, acting as support, getting a little bit over that $2 mark. You can load 8. Yeah, sorry, you can load 10. I've got 10 here. It's now if you can only load 8, I'm not sure if it's because you haven't stretched out you haven't stretched it out long enough. Let me just duplicate it, because here's how you control how many you want. Here's the race lanes. Okay, up here, you see where it says 10? I've got 10. You don't want 50. 50 will be way, way, way too many. You can only load 8 symbols from your symbols list. Why is that? I don't know. Okay, I misread. I misread what you meant. I thought you were talking about the race lanes. I mean, your symbol list can have 50 stocks in it if that's what you mean. I mean, that's not an issue. You can have 50 stocks in your symbol list. So what I'm not sure what the issue is. Are you talking about these symbols here that you're seeing? You can only see 8 as opposed to more? You're not gonna see 50. You don't wanna see 50, okay? Because it'll be so jumbled, okay? It'll be just so jumbled up. You do not wanna have 50. 10 is plenty because all you're looking for are the ones that are moving the most in that list of 50 that you've got, okay? So imagine this, hopefully here's my list right now, and I don't know how big it is. Now, see how it's shrunk because, the market this has shrunk a lot, before it was here, and that's just because there are not as many stocks meeting the filter requirements. But if I had 50 stocks in here, you would not want to have 50 like 50 in this, because all you care about is who cares about if the top stock or the bottom stock is doing nothing, right? What you're trying to find are the stocks that are moving up in your list. So you don't care about those bottom stocks. So if you had a list of 50 stocks in the race, there'd be the ones down here doing nothing. You don't that's not what you want to see. You want to see the stocks that are moving the most up through your list. Make sense? Now, you can control how many stocks you see. I think 10 is probably a max that you want. I mean, I wouldn't want to, I would not want to see more than 10 stocks. That's personal. Okay. Uh, I mean, you could probably even get away with just the top 5, but I've got 10 just to sort of stretch it out. Okay. You don't want 50. You don't want, I don't even think, I'm not even sure you could have 50. I mean, the symbols would be so small. Okay. How to increase to 10. Okay. Well, if you took mine, it should be 10. If you took mine. Ooh, shoot. Okay, stop. I didn't want to do that. It's not a big deal, but just want to, I just don't want to stop the race. So when you check the box, okay, that stops the race. And then when you right click in the body of the race now, but the race is stopped, right click at the top, it says show race setup. Now, if it doesn't say 10, I mean, it was 8. Okay. Okay. Make it 10 then. You can keep it at 8 though. I mean, it's not nothing magical at 10. But keep whatever number. I would say 8 would be maybe, I would say probably 5 would be a minimum, but if you want it 10, you just increase it. It's just a toggle up and down. I probably can, okay. Not a toggle, but you probably could even type it in. Yeah, you can type it in, but if so, as yours says 8, then just increase it to 10 if that's what you want. Okay. You see what I'm doing, right? And then just say, and then start the race again with that little right arrow. Just start the race again, and then you will have 10. But it runs the whole list. You don't want to have 50 in this rate. You don't. Okay, this is what it's looking at. Your top list will have 50 in it. Okay, your top list will have 50 stocks in it, assuming that that's what you've got. That's what your symbol list has. It's got 50 stocks in it. But it'll just okay. You know what? I'm going to show you another race because where I know it'll have 50 stocks. Give me a moment. This will be maybe a little bit better to display what I'm trying to talk about. So if I click on, so this is another race I've got. Okay, do the scans. This is a way more volatile race. Way more volatile, and it's not a large cap race. It's a wide open race. I mean, it could have some large cap stocks in there, but more than likely, no. So here's this race, okay? Now, let's check out the top list. Right click, open the top list. See how full it is, compared to the other one. There's probably 50 stocks in here. Why do I care? All I care about is when the race starts, what stock is moving the most in this list of stocks. That's all I care about. I don't have to see, I don't have to have a race that has 50 lanes in it. I could call them lanes, okay? I don't want to have you'll never, it'll probably be so jumbled you wouldn't even see it. I mean, the print would be so small. All you should be caring about is if a stock is down here at LWLG, if all of a sudden, what is it up now? It is, well, here, let me, here's XPOF. This is what you're really concerned with, okay? What if XPOF, which is at 2.5%, 2.4% from yesterday's close, what if all of a sudden it started to move up this list? That's what the race does. It doesn't care that it started on the bottom. So you don't have to see it in you, but if this starts to move, you'll see it in the race moving up. Make sense? But the fact that it's at right at the low here, but what you would not, if this just stays if this does nothing all day, and you don't want to see it down here doing nothing, okay, taking up a lot of space. All you care about is what stock in this list of stocks is moving the most since the race started. It's all you care about, should care about anyway. So that sounds, because you just want to see what's moving now in your list of stocks. If it's just stuck at the bottom, why do you want to see it? Does that make sense now? Why you don't want to have 50 stocks in, like 50 lanes of stocks. It just doesn't make any sense to want to see that. Well, a symbol list is like a watch list, okay? A watch list of where you put stocks that you want to watch, and then you attach that watch list to a top list window or an alert window to monitor it. I thought you said you created a symbol list before. Maybe I'm wrong. Because the symbol list, you would create your top list window and then you would attach your symbol list to it. Yeah. So, you can take any like a top list window and then you click on the configure, and then where it says symbol list, now you want to attach the symbol list, the watch list. Okay. If you have a symbol list, then you must, in order to monitor it, you have to attach it to a top list window or an alert window. But if you want to run a race, it has to be attached to a top list window. So your top list window could be nothing more. All you'd have to do is take literally any top list window that you've got, and then right click, configure, and then click on symbol lists. And then you have to make sure it's in this column over here. Well, you can click on new and then top list. New top list window, new top list window. And okay, here's a new top list window. Now, sometimes you're going to see some filters in there. Then you would take that new top list window, click on symbol list, add the existing list. So it's probably not over here. You have to see it over here. So you click on add existing list, you find it, whatever you named it, you left click on it so it moves over here. You say you've created one. So if you click on add existing list, you should see it immediately. And then you just left click on it. So if I left click on this AI in July PC, look what happens. If I left click on it, see how it moves over here? Now that it's over here, then you just say, this is a little drop down menu, only the following list, and you check it. Now it's attached to the top list window. Okay, it's attached now, and it'll only monitor those symbols. You might want to go to the guide, okay? I mean, all this is, how to create an alert window and a top list window. Those are the two foundations of trade ideas, really. Now, the only thing is when you go to new and create a new top list window, you might see some filters in here, okay? Just because it might. So if you see some filters, because you may not need any filters, you want to monitor your list regardless of what the price is, of course. Obviously, it's a price. So you might want to get rid of filters, if that makes sense. You don't, you want to get rid of. I mean, you could do it this way too, okay? If I click on new, top list window, see where it says start from scratch? Probably want to click on that, start from scratch. Now it's empty, completely empty. Okay, there's no filters in. Now you go to symbol list, attach the list, and then it will monitor that list of symbols. And once you've got the top list, so so it looks like this. It looks like you'll see a list of stocks. You probably won't see any price or anything like that, but in theory, it doesn't matter to you. Then you just right click and launch the race. Because obviously you don't care. I mean, you're not going to see a symbol outside the price range you want because you've created your own symbol list with the price range you want. The only other thing you might want to do, though, within your symbol list, maybe you only want to see stocks that are, trading a little abnormally, though, today, with a relative volume of whatever you want, and maybe a minimum volume, things like that. I mean, that's up to you. But you see the difference between, just in general now for other people, you see the difference between this race, this is the large cap race, and then this race here. You see, you can get some pretty big percentage increases within the race. in this race because there's no market cap minimum, there's no float minimum, and the stock doesn't have to be near the high of the day. So, rarely do we get stocks that have moved 1% in the large cap race. You can see we've got several here, and sometimes you're going to see stocks moving 10. Here's the SXTP. So it's obviously on the move here. As an example. And this is a race that I am sharing. Okay, this race you're going to have on my homepage, from my homepage. I'm not just talking to you, Tesla, because you don't want this. You want a large cap. That's what you like to trade. So, but for other people, this is a race that I also am sharing. All right, guys, what is the market doing? So you can see exactly what it's doing or trying to do. It's trying to it's attempting to perhaps get through the VWAP again, but it has been rebuffed several times. So maybe that's it. Maybe that VWAP will again act as resistance on the way up, and maybe, yeah, and especially if we start to see a transition from blue to orange, that might make it almost a certainty for a while anyway. See, silver has come back a little bit, a little bit. Look what it's doing. It's coming into the VWAP, and yes, it poked its head above it a little bit, but right now, it's struggling to get through the VWAP. Maybe that's it. Maybe it'll have another leg down. Speaking of the VWAP, and look at CYN now. I mean, look at this. I mean, this is pretty interesting, guys. Seriously. I mean, look how that. First of all, the VWAP is flatlined across. Remember what the VWAP is? This is the price in which the average number of the volume weighted average price. Okay, so right here is where most of the action has been, $2. Okay, volume wise. So it's holding. It's trying to hold. It's trying to hold. If we get a volume bar here that pops it through and pops it through that 211, 210, that could go on that late day run. Could go. All right, guys. Well, one last look at my homepage for the day with the information you can find on it. Whoops, wrong one. Okay, there's my homepage. So let's see. William saying OGE down, EIX up. Let's take a look. Maybe I doubt very much Interactive Broker is going to have something that you don't have. And OGE. No, I don't see any news either. Okay, guys, so clicking on my homepage link one last time. So here's how you can take out a subscription to Trade Ideas. You can use my code Barry25. You'll get 25% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it works for both our standard plan and our premium service. Okay, premium service delivers you our AI. You know, just wait for all the alerts to happen. How you trade them, if you trade them, of course, is up to you. And all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription, please use my code. It helps to keep these rooms free. Company tracks the use of my, not just mine, but the promo codes. They see my code being used enough. They say, okay, we'll keep the rooms free. Rooms. So those of you on YouTube, there's another room called the trading room. Trading room is a lot more active than the YouTube room. It's also open at 6:45 to 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Thank you, Obi. Obi does it. I don't. I live in Vancouver. Too early for me. So Obi does that, 6:45. So if you're looking for, some interaction amongst other traders during the pre-market, come into this room. It's open at 6:45. I don't get on the mic until 9 o'clock for both rooms. And even after I leave, which is usually between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time in the rooms, usually the trading room is open afterwards. By William. I think, did you say William today, 3:45? I'm not sure you did say that. So on a big day, this room is open from 6:45 to 3:45 p.m., okay? Education. If you've just taken out a subscription to Trade Ideas, mandatory you do this first, getting started with Trade Ideas, okay? You might want to take a look at this Tesla, okay? The alerts and top lists, okay? You might want to take a look at that. So there are 12 short videos to get you covering the key elements of the program. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, I would start off with that second video. Go to the last video. That should give you a good enough idea about whether or not you want to try the program. Okay, you can always try us for a month. The monthly subscriptions are just month to month, so you can cancel anytime. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. Free series of videos, or 15 of them if you're new to trading. Last, if you're looking for my scans, here they are. In fact, you know what I'm going to do before I forget? I'm going to add this scan to the list. I'm going to add this one to the list. So here are my custom scans. So this is the large cap over here. I showed you what the biggest gainers from the start of the race without any market cap, etc. I showed you that one. I don't have it up and running. Upside versus downside movers is here. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. Pulse resumes on my other monitor. Pretty active today. And then these are 3 other scans that I'm sharing. So I'm going to get the gentleman to add that scan. It's going to be called Don't Repeat, Up, Down, 25 cents, plus, and also the last 5 minutes on big volume. That's what it's called. DR stands for Don't Repeat. I know it's going to confuse people, but I don't care. I think the Don't Repeat, and I'll show you, if you want the repeating version, I'll show you exactly how to do that. So I have to make sure there's no sound alert on here. This is all okay. Actions, don't repeat. Okay, so I can give this to him. Okay. Ah, give me a moment, guys. Edit. Okay, so I'm going to get into added. I can't do it. I have to get somebody at Trade Ideas to do it for me. I mean, I could do it, but they don't. They just rather do it for me. So that should be added. I use Interactive Brokers, IKEA. IKEA, are you from Sweden? If so, we are sort of brethren. Um, yeah, I use Interactive Brokers. I'm in Canada, so I have a limited number of brokers that I could use, but Interactive Brokers has served me well for over 10 years now. Well, guys, doesn't look like CYN's going to do it. Not from Sweden. Okay, wow. I'd take a shot. I mean, you got IKEA in your the beginning of your pseudonyms. I'm in Canada. Yes, Tesla. I'm in Canada. Yes, in Vancouver. Well, I was upset that he doesn't live there. I was a little upset when I found out he lives in Arizona. PJ, I know. I heard you guys. Or I saw your. Well, here's hums. Here's hymns, guys. Just let me get rid of the arrow. Well, okay, so I'm a bit wrong. I thought this was going to be the start of the big collapse, but maybe not. Maybe Hims is actually going to hold on to the highs of the day. Maybe imagine that. So SLDV. So this has been halted for news. Okay, so as William has said, and it's supposed to open in 5 minutes at 1:30. Okay. Yeah, he does like the money machine. I mean, he's been able to, but he watches it like a hawk. Not easy. All right, guys. Well, Anna came off your scan. No, my scan, not your scan. All right. It should be there now. Okay, guys. So, due to popular request, I didn't call it the William scan. The reason I didn't call it the William scan because then I'd have to explain over and over and over and over again what it is. So don't take offense, William. I know you didn't create it. I understand that, but so this is what I'm talking about. I don't have to do it. I don't have to hand it out anymore. It'll be on my homepage. I don't know. It's possible, William. I mean, I remember it from years and years and years ago. Here it is. There you go. Okay, so there it is. Up, down, 25 cents on Big Bob. Now, I didn't put the DR there. Okay, the reason I didn't because I don't want people asking me. It's going to be pretty obvious that it turns out to be a pretty good watch list for the day. How you trade it, if you trade it, of course, is up to you. But I have found, especially early on, later on in the day, not as much, but certainly early on in the first, say, hour or so. But look, this is it. These are the only alerts that have come through there. Notice you get a few right at 9:45. Now understand, you don't have to do the same thing. Okay, I put a delay on getting my first alert until 9:45. Doesn't mean we'll get one at 9:45, but that's the earliest I want to see it. And you can see, we had wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 coming at you right off the bat. Okay, so now it's on my homepage. And again, if you want the repeating version, you just have to ask me, and that's what I mean by the repeating version. Okay. Why I like this, of course, is that I can go back in time and say, okay, from that alert, what happened? Now I can go back in time and say, I mean, this was really nice at the beginning of the day, the TSSI at 9:45 at 1388. So I can go back and click on it, and I can see what it did. Because I'm going to see an up arrow. See, there's the up arrow right there. That up arrow is telling me the candle in which the alert happened. Okay, and on a 5-minute chart. If I had a 15-minute chart, let's go to a 15. See, there was the alert. Okay, and so it was at 1388, and before it pulled back at all, it got up to 1441. Pretty good. Okay, and after that, not so good. But I mean, initially that was really good. Let's see what happened with the NCI at 12. So what did it get up to? Yeah, I mean 1226. The Schmidt 717. I mean, oh no, the alert happened here. Okay, so 717. I got up to 734. Not bad. What happened with the AESI? But you see what I'm doing. But using this like a watch list, you could have turned around and said, you know what, TSSI, that's enough. I'm going to short it. It's because when it's in green, that's a suggestion to go long. Pink, suggestion to go short. So 1282. So it took a while, but it's at 1310 now, and maybe this is going to keep going. I mean, I don't know. CarMax 4296. Trying to see where that happened. Well, I do know that, okay, so the alert was at 42.96 to short it, and it got down to, looks like around 41.72. So, pretty good. Stag W, STGW, hasn't really done much. I mean, again, from the alert, from 624, did get up to 647. This one, of course, was probably the best one of the day in terms of, it's better to see it on, well, look on a, but look, this is exactly what I'm saying. Using this like a watch list, eventually after the beautiful downturn, look what it did. I mean, you could turn around and say, okay, here, here was a little buy flag, little rest, even if you'd waited for it to break the VWAP, okay, even if you'd done that. So, like using it like a watch list, Groupon, and we know Groupon went down. At least I think it did. Actually, no, from our AI, amazing the difference because our AI picked it up at 9:42. The price was 11.54. Not that long later, 9:42. 7 minutes later, it's at 10.90. And what did it get down to? I mean, not bad, but not fabulous. But that's why I like the don't repeat. I can go back and say, okay, what happened from those alerts? And are they setting up again in a different way? $34.12 on the alert, and before it pulled back, we got up to 35.39. I mean, pretty good. And I filter out 95% of what interest. Well, that's because you haven't you don't have the relative, or you don't care about the relative volume. I was getting too many. I rather have just a few, but I'm also using it differently from you. William uses it as almost a strict bounce, so something that's been beaten up, waiting for a bounce. I look for it, at the beginning anyway, to see if it's a continuation. If continuation down after it's made a new low, and then on the flip side, William is looking for a potential top, and then he wants to short it. Where again, at the beginning when I get the alert, I'm looking at some potential continuation. So there's no right or wrong way. So when somebody, if you're going to ask, well, how should I use it? There's no right or wrong way. Was this the news? Is observed a robust dystrophin expression with consistent mechanistic evidence of dystrophin associated, et cetera, et cetera. Was that the news, and that's why it got halted? You know what? I haven't even looked at. You guys have been talking about ACXP. I haven't even looked at it all day. I used to have a thumbnail. This was the one that I think it was an AI alert yesterday. Yes, it was. Wow, what a great continuation. ACXP. So this was from our AI yesterday. There was the buy flag. Closed not badly. I mean, it closed near the high. And what a continuation today. What a great continuation today. Even better than yesterday, I'll bet. Maybe not better in terms of the percent, but definitely a bigger bar, and also through the 200-day moving average. All right, let me see if I can help you there, AJ Burke, in our YouTube room. Let me get the channel up and running. So the Ripster channel that you're talking about. Okay, so what exactly are you talking about? Only showing symbols from A to D. Okay, two of the four strategies in the bottom right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner. Bottom right-hand corner. So I think this is what you're talking about, right? This is all. Yeah, I hadn't even noticed that. So, okay, the Ripster curl up. Okay, even this one though, just a. Um, you got me. I've never even noticed that. Hmm. You know, why does it just go to A? Well, you see, even you said even A to D, but why not? I don't know. I wonder if Pepe has any idea. I hadn't even noticed that before. I don't use this, so that's my excuse. But I had not even noticed that it just is looking at us. Let me see if I. Okay, I sorted on the symbols. I put it in alphabetical order. I don't know. I don't know why it. Okay, let's put our collective heads together. Why have they limited it just to symbols A? Well, I only got the C, Conagra, but like there's no. I don't know. I don't know, AJ, because it's just a simple. I don't even know. I didn't even notice it says E here. This is a little bit different. These are Market Explorer windows. Okay, so these are not top list windows. Okay, really. The tax on the West Coast, like California, like your West Coast, my West Coast, and not the. Yeah, I don't know. This is a Market Explorer window, so this cannot be adjusted. You know, this is like. Let me load it again. See, this is Market Explorer. Okay, so this is not like a typical top list window. I'm going to suggest you cannot do anything. Okay, because this is like if I click on New and Market Explorer window. Okay, these are things that Michael Noss, when he used to be with Trade Ideas, he created them. You cannot make any adjustments to any of these. Okay, You can't create your price range, your minimum volume. This is just fixed. This is a market explorer window. Yeah, so this is that's why it says E. It's the way he sorted it. But you see what we're looking at though, Pepe. Why did he cut it off like in this one? No stocks below the letter C as an example. Uh, See, there's Conagra. Well, I just do it the other way. There's Conagra down here. That's it. At any rate, there's no way to do anything with this. It's not like a top list window where you have control over it. We have no control over this. And Michael's not around anymore, so it's just going to be the way it is. Oh, don't look now. Don't look now, okay? I forbid you to look at PLYX. I forbid you. So are you okay, Pepe? Are you just saying this is just a complete coincidence that it only goes down to C? He's taking the top 200 and sorting them out. Well, he's not sorting them out. It's just a coincidence. I've never looked at this. Okay, never have I looked at this. So at any rate, the bottom line is you can't do anything about it. Okay, because again, this not customizable. Sorry about that. Well, yeah, there it is. FBI warns California police Iran may launch offensive drones against the West Coast. That's wonderful. Oh, I see what you mean. So he's got the top 200. Then happens when you look at it. Okay. Well, at any rate, you can't do anything about it. Yep, it is what it is. Wow, that Plix is moving, guys. Don't look. Don't look, Poe. You said you weren't going to do it. My goodness, look at the volume that came in, right? See how the volume, this is a great little scan in the afternoon, guys, okay? The volume, I should say always, but most of the, oh, you did take it. Good for you. Most of the time, when you get an alert here, you're going to see volume coming in, so stock, I mean, look, I mean, 2-minute chart here. Look at the volume that's coming in. But now we're, uh-oh, oh, I hope you didn't go make yourself a sandwich. Well, maybe if you did, I'm just saying, I mean, this is obviously so volatile, but it sort of came back. So William is long. Is that radio frequency? No, I don't. RF, regions financials. Okay. So on the new data available. Yeah, again, another one not showing up on my scan because of the relative volume. So you see what William is looking for. He's looking for he doesn't care about the relative volume. So that's why he's seeing a lot more. And you might want Williams. Or excuse me, if you want to see a lot of the things that Williams sees, you just have to take my scan, and click on the configure and the summary. You see where I've got current volume is at least 4. That's preventing a lot of stocks from showing up. And I did that because I thought I felt I was getting too many. So I put 4 here. You don't have to. You can reduce it to 1 or take it out completely. I think that's the only difference, William. Well, it started out with no float information, okay, and we upped it to 10 because we were getting too many of these real, like the cheapies that just didn't have any sort of follow through one way or the other. I think that's why we did it. When William brought the scan back a few weeks ago, and then I just got tired of seeing. I don't want a full list. I mean, this is it. This is a good solid list for the day for me. But again, you can do what you want, of course. I will say this, and I think William will agree. In the first hour is where you're going to get the biggest. Usually, the I'll call them the best ones. Okay. Yes. Yeah. Nice. Hey, who knows? Maybe it'll get close to the VWAP. So there's a way William uses his scan for bounce plays. I mean, you could still use these for bounce plays or for topping plays. You could. You're just not going to get as many alerts. That's all. Well, this is not at the open. There's a delay, right? That's why I put a delay. The first alert you get is at 9:45. So that's why I don't. That's why I did this. First, doesn't mean you're going to get an alert at 9:45. That's the earliest you will get an alert. If there's an update to that on the spy. Okay, now wait a minute. This is a little bit different. This is a little bit different, guys, when you read through all this. Okay. The way I was thinking is that this is like something brand new, as of March 11th. But when you read this, then I can understand why they're putting this out. Yeah, according to an alert distributed at the end of February by the FBI, Iran wanted to retaliate for American attacks, etc. So this is not something that's like just hitting now. Maybe this is hitting now for, I think I know why, but this is not something like brand new breaking today. That's a huge, in my opinion, that's a huge difference. Oh, 100%, William, 100%. It's going to react to any news. And as you say, even if it's regurgitated old news. Well, 158 guys, I might be packing 159 now. So if there, William, I'm sorry, did you say you were going to keep the room open till 3:45-ish today? I can't remember. Hmm. Okay, so William is going to keep the room open. I'm going to probably take off very soon. I'll hang around just for a couple more minutes in case there are any last questions. I can stay. I mean, I don't have to go anywhere, but I'm not going to hang around if there are no questions. So William will keep the main room open till 3:45. I have to shut YouTube down now. I'll put my homepage link in there in case you want to come over to the main room. Now, Obi, William, are you still off tomorrow? I think you. I have a note down on my pad for tomorrow, and it says William is slacking off tomorrow. Or maybe only keeping the room open. Gone in the afternoon, okay? So you'll be here tomorrow morning. Okay, cool. It's always good to have you in the morning just in case there's one of these crazy bios that get slammed. And it's great that you do some instant analysis to see whether or not it was worth it or not. Like, what was it an overreaction or not? So Obi, get a good night's sleep because you'll be doing some duty after I leave tomorrow, okay? And I'm kidding, Obi. I mean, you don't have to, nobody has to do this. William nor Obi has to do this. All right, guys. So what I'm going to do now is in the YouTube room, I'll put my homepage link in so you guys can head over. Maybe next year, Obi. Maybe next year when you finally get one more year of wisdom into you. Guys, you don't know. Obi has a running conversation with me, okay? You guys can't see, usually every single day. Okay, so for those of you who are in YouTube right now and you want to come over to the main room, here's how you do it. That room will be open till 3:45 ish. Okay, so what time is it now? Say 2. So not quite more than so it'll be open for another hour and 45 minutes. So if you click on my homepage link, all you have to do is just scroll down until you see the trading room. Okay, click on this. It's free, so you don't have to pay or anything. Okay, so that's for those of you in YouTube. I'll keep YouTube open for another minute and then I have to shut it down. And while I'm gone, what I've been doing, and I'll continue to do it, my layout will be visible. Or how about will be running? Yeah, visible. Okay, so I've left for the day. However, you may see me poking around. You see my mouse moving around. If I see a question, I'll answer it. Okay, but typically what I do is I take off for a bit, come back in. Okay, so YouTubers, I must shut you down now. So we'll see you guys tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Both rooms at 9 o'clock. I'll be on the mic. Okay. Well, wait a minute. Avalon Functional Wellness. Sorry, late entry to this tutorial. Is this the premium subscription? It's so it depends what you mean by that. When you say the premium subscription, are you a Trade Idea subscriber? I'm talking to Avalon in our YouTube room. Are you a Trade Idea subscriber? Or you're just sort of into this room wondering what it's all about? YouTube has about an 8-second delay. So what I'm just quickly, what I'm displaying is not the premium. The premium subscription would be everything that well, everything. I mean, you can create your own scans, okay, with your own filter sets and your own set of parameters, etc. The premium subscription typically is the addition to is this, and that's what we call our AI, in which you have alerts delivered to you automatically. How you trade them, if you trade them, is up to you. No, what I'm showing you is in fact nothing to do with premium. Everything, in fact, is only one aspect of premium, and that's it. So everything else I may show on a screen is part of our standard service. These are just different ways of displaying our data. Okay, this is what we call an alert window. This is a race, and this is a two competing scans competing against each other, upside versus downside movers. Just different ways to present our data. But the whole idea of trade ideas, well, for instance, this is a scan I've got on my other monitor. This is the sort of the crux of the program. And it depends on your trading experience. So the idea is that you can create your own scan. You can take my scans and modify them. I'm sharing many of my scans that I've created, but this is an example. So in this scan, if the stock is between $2 and $50, if the daily volume on average over the last 10 days has been 500,000, yep, the 25% for everything, OV, the monthlies and the annuals and the basic annual, yes. So the daily volume has to be at least 500,000 shares on average over the last 10 days. The current volume, this is a great filter that we've got. It has to be trading at least 4 times normal up to this time of day. Okay, so this is a normal stock in terms of volume. The volume has to be 300,000 shares. Also, the volume in the last minute has to be at least 250% of normal, 2.5 times normal, etc. Okay. Bottom line is that if all of these filter values are met and the stock makes either a new high or a new low for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's what these are, all real-time alerts. The alerts happened. There was a price it happened at and the time. This is what we call a don't repeat version. That only shows the very first time the alert happened and the time. So I can go back and say, well, what happened from then? What happened? Okay. As opposed to, oops, this is the repeating version of it. So every time so we had an alert for NVTS at 1234, 1081. Every time it made a new high, it didn't really pop, but you can see it over and over again as it made a new high. This just tells you the first time you had the alert, what was the time of it and the price. So you can kind of go back, click on it and see what it did. How hard or easy is it to set this up? Well, I mean, first of all, there's no programming language to use. It all depends on your trading expertise, also. Okay, in order to set something up, you have to have an idea of what you're looking for, obviously. Okay, so for instance, most people start off with, well, you know what? I like to trade. This is the price range I like. This is the minimum volume that I want. Sort of general things, because you want to take that universe of how many stocks there are now, 10, 12,000 stocks. You want to whittle them down to a manageable number. So that's the whole idea of creating filters. So when you ask how hard is it to set this up, like this one up specifically, or any other one, well, here's my price range, the volume today. These other ones, okay, I want to see the volume in the last minute is 250% of normal. I mean, these are not hard to set up. It's just that you have to know, is that what you want to see, if that makes sense? Because it's basically kind of a la carte. Well, I share my scans, yes. And here, I'm going to click on new from the toolbar, and then the dock channel bar. Each one of these are all different channels. Here's the explosive winners channel. This is a template that you can take a look at, if you wanted to. I mean, it can get a little overwhelming sometimes if you're not used to this, but these are all theme-based channels. I like to demonstrate this one a lot because this gives you an idea. This is a sector status channel. This gives you an idea. You don't have to know all the channels, okay? These are just they're all named, so you can look at one and say, oh, that might be interesting. But a lot of people like the sector status channel. It's going to tell you, these are the sectors that are being tracked here. So XLE, which is the energy ETF, it's the top sector at 1.9, up 1.9% from yesterday's close. You scroll down to the bottom, silver, SLV, the worst performing sector today, down 3.5%, 3.4%. Then here's some individual sectors that we monitor. So if you look at, an interesting way, look at consumer staples, XLP. 85% of the stocks that make up XLP are down for the day. So 14% are up. So it might be interesting. Well, wonder why these are running counter to the sector. Like, why are these strong when the overall sector is weak? You might click on ADM and maybe there's something you like. And also you can say, okay, what's the worst one? You scroll down. There's Campbell Soup. We had Campbell Soup as a big short early on in the day. Well, it's the Campbell Company, down 6%. I mean, this is a way in which some people might use trade ideas. They might just look at this every day, looking at the top stock in a sector, the worst stock in a sector, and just sort of figuring out a way to trade them. Here's energy, top stock, VLO, but there is a stock that's down. Wonder why? BKR is down 1.2%. Now my layout, I don't exactly, but you're asking, do I share my layout? So what I do is, and that's just an example. Okay, I'm not trying to overwhelm you, but that's just an example of a way some people might use trade ideas just looking at the over, like the major sectors, and seeing the strong stock and the weak stock in all the major sectors, or picking a couple of sectors and following them all day long. But I am sharing. Sorry, I am sharing. So if you click on my homepage link, you're going to see this is what I'm sharing right now. Here are the scans. So I have a momentum scan, I have a gap scan, I have what's called a combo scan. I've got this one up and down 25 cents on big volume. I've got my pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is the example of a race. So I've got different things here. You don't have to have them all. You don't have to have them all up and running. It's just that I allow people to take a look at these and say, okay, I'll a la carte it. I wouldn't mind having that one, and that one. Or you can just take a look at them. When you load, you're not a subscriber, but that's the whole idea. So let's just say, for instance, you looked at this. It's on my homepage, the up and down 25 cents. So the way to look at it is you right click and then click on the configure and then the summary. And it tells you exactly what it's looking for. And if you said, you know what, I don't mind that, except I don't like the price. I'd rather have between $1 and $10, or $50 and $1,000, or I don't like that minimum volume. I want it to be 1 million shares. Okay. Well, when you say you're a beginner to trade, Trade Ideas, I usually always say it like this: Trade Ideas, fabulous program, but it generates ideas. If you click on a symbol from like an idea, and when it loads into a chart and you have no idea what the chart is trying to tell you, okay, it's really not going to help you. So this is what I would suggest you do. Again, click on my homepage link. You can come into the room every day if you want. I mean, it's a free room. And just you can sort of get maybe a feel for how we're using the program. But if you click on my homepage link, well, there's a couple of things you can do also, okay? Click on my homepage link, click on the education section, more info. So you could take a look at the getting started. These are, well, you would start off with the second one. There are 12 videos, short videos. That'll give you a bit of an idea about what the program does and can do, okay? But if you're new to trading, I would really recommend you take a look at this, Back to Basics. There are 15 videos in here. It is not going to make you an expert trader, but at least it'll start to, hopefully it'll give you an idea about, when you see a chart, understanding candlestick patterns and things like that, okay? Support, resistance. And then the other thing is that if you do decide to take out a subscription, we have a simulator that you can practice trading in. It's part of our standard service and uses, all the real-time data that you see here. So you could say to yourself, well, I'm putting together maybe this little scan, or I'll take Barry's scan and I'll take some of the trades and see how they work, okay, in the simulator. See if I can figure out a way, okay, I get in, when am I going to take some profit, using the simulator. Well, the AI doesn't look specifically for stocks, like breakouts is, this is a great breakout. Look at BSOL as an example, okay? Is that a good example? Yeah, I mean, you can see that AMPI as an example. I'm just going to use this as a specific example. You see how the volume came in? See all these little volume bars? See how they were, AMPI was basically dormant for a while, and all of a sudden starts to break out on volume. I mean, that's an example. Let's see if pump, you see, look at the big volume bar here, so, and usually when you get volume, usually you get a price increase, okay? But the AI is not looking specifically for stocks with breakouts, okay? It has its own set of, I mean, they could be breaking out, but there could be other reasons why the AI looks at a stock. Here's Groupon as an example. This was a short opportunity early. There's Groupon. It is moving back up, but before it moved back up, the alert was at 11:54, and before it moved, this is a short. Before it moved back up, it got down to 10:45. I mean, I don't know if you like to short, but that how you trade these, of course, is going to be up to you. It's not a matter of just blindly taking a trade just because it shows up in the AI. Okay, so so here we had an alert for WBI 2427. Not bad. I mean, it's been inching its way up, 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 up. 2498 now. But these ones did not work. Well, yeah, they did not work. They don't all work. Okay. But for instance, look at AUNA. AUNA. You might be looking at this and say, okay, you know what? They had an alert at 622, didn't work. But what if now, maybe, just maybe, it's found a base? Okay. And it's still up for the day. It's up 10%. It's an earnings play. So, it still could have, I'm not saying it will, but maybe it's found a base and maybe it'll start to move off that base and move up. We don't know that. So I use this like a watch list, track them all day long. This one, I think, I mean, you had an alert early at 243. Before it did all this, it did get up to 290 as an example. Okay. So certainly that one worked, even though now, it got stopped, it hit the stop and it's moving down. That's why you've got to manage the trade. You cannot just, take a trade and walk away. And this is for everybody, not just you, Avalon. Okay. I mean, anybody who's listening. But I would suggest, so when you say you're not that new, okay, looking to see what the AI can do as far as picking stock with breakouts. So again, it doesn't necessarily mean they're like breaking out in terms of a giant run immediately. Another example of one that I did take was TSSI. I mean, it was an early alert. And before it did all this, I mean, the alert was at 1380. Before it did all this, it did get up to 1438. And then, it started to move down, but it's still positive, and you never know. Maybe it starts to curl again back up. So again, you're welcome to, show up every day and you can ask questions. It's a free room. So, and I would take a look at those videos. Okay. Maybe if you're not that new to trading, but you might want to take a look at these videos that I was showing you. It's what I suggest people do before they even consider taking out a subscription, to have an idea of what the program can do. So you click on my homepage link, go to the education, and you can start off with the second one, getting started with trade ideas. Now, this is what people must do when they take the program. They start off their 12 videos, but not having the program, you don't have to worry about a login. So 12 short videos. So in this case, it'd be 11 videos. Gives you a great idea, okay, about what the program can do. Well, YouTube, I'm on the mic between 9 and 2 Eastern time. Okay. And now obviously I'm going a little over. Well, I don't want to call it overtime. I always say later if there are questions. So right now it's 2:21. So it really depends on, but for sure between 9 and 2. Though this room, there is another room, okay? So if you click on my homepage link, there's another room called the trading room. It's free also. You're in YouTube right now. It's fine. But this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking, for a little more interaction with other traders during the pre-market from 6:45 to 9:30, you can come into this room. And this room is also open usually later. I'm usually gone by now, and I have to shut down YouTube. I'm glad I caught your question at the end. But this room is usually open after I leave. You see what it's saying. My layout will be visible until 3:45 p.m. Obviously, I have not left for the day yet. Keep asking questions. You're trying to keep me around, William. I don't mind. I mean, listen, I'll stay till 6 o'clock tonight if you have questions. There, I just open myself up to. Open myself up to something. Sorry, see, that's why I leave. My brain sort of goes to mush after a while. Yeah, I mean, Avalon, they're both trading rooms, okay? I mean, the idea is to try to find ideas to trade, etc. I don't tell people what to buy or sell or anything like that. That is not my job. I'm also not a financial advisor, and I also have to be very careful what I say. I can't say, oh yeah, everybody buy this stock, and then it tanks, and I get sued. So I have to, but it's really trying to help people understand how to use the program, number one. And really, that's it. Number one, that's the real reason. Showcasing the capabilities of the program, getting people used to understanding how to use the program. So what is our SPY doing now? Gosh, what a day. Talk about chop. Look at this choppy day in the SPY, guys. Well, at least we're not down 100. All right, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I might take off now. Again, I might pop back in and just if there are any questions, I will answer. Yeah, I need a J-POW press conference, yeah, to put a little juice. Okay, guys, so YouTubers, I am going to shut you down now, okay? Avalon, if you have any other questions, I will hang around, but if not, and you're not, like, nobody's stopping me from doing something, okay? So it's not like I have to leave and do something, but I just don't like hanging around if there are no questions. Todd, you are long ACXP. Well, as always, good luck. Bit of a meandering. Okay, guys, I don't see any other questions, so I think I will shut down now. So I do have to shut down YouTube completely. I'll be on the mic tomorrow on YouTube at around 9 o'clock. Okay, so have a great evening to the YouTubers. I'm ending the stream now.